Top stories, the Maharashtra political crisis, twists and turns in every minute development. First here on India Today, bringing you all of that in just about a bit. But let's first begin with the headlines. Maharashtra political turmoil enters day 6. An emotional Shinde appeals to Shiv Sena, says battle fought to save Shiv Sena from the Mahavikas Aghadi. Yuva Sena executives meet today. Top sources revealed to India Today on the secret meeting between Eknath Shinde and Maha-BJP Chief Fadnavis in Gujarat's Vadodara in the dead of the night, void of the cameras, raising suspense and many questions. Counting of votes in 3 Lok Sabha and 7 Assembly seats kick-starts at 8 a.m. under multi-tier security cover. Prime Minister Modi will hold meetings with over 12 world leaders during his visit to Germany for the G7 summit. Focuses on global economy, post-COVID recovery, Ukraine crisis and much more. Okay, big breaking news coming in. Sanjay Raut has put out a Twitter taunt at rebel MLAs. He says, how long will you hide in Guwahati? He's hit out at the rebels and said, Aana hi padega. He says, come to Mumbai and face us. So here's a taunt that is coming in from Sanjay Raut, and that is on your screens right now. Aana hi padega is what he says. And in fact, let's put that tweet out there. There, the tweet was on your screens right now. It says, "Kab tak छिपोगे Guwahati में आना ही पड़ेगा." Chowpatty में. Chowpatty में is Chowpatty, which is in Mumbai, and the latest he says that how long will you hide in Guwahati? You will have to come to Mumbai. You will have to face us. Now, the big question arising here is when the rebel MLAs really come to Mumbai. Like they say in Hindi, it will be doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani, because some of them perhaps might just want to come back to the Uddhav Sena, and that's the hope that they sit on right now. Paras Dama is now joining us from Mumbai for the very latest. Paras, Sanjay Raut has put out this particular taunt saying, come to Mumbai, face us, Aana hi padega, and he's right, they will have to eventually come to Mumbai. But here the hope that they are riding on is the fact that when they actually come to Mumbai from Guwahati, things perhaps might change, because of a few rebel MLAs they feel perhaps might go back into the Uddhav fold. What's your sense?
Of course, Chaiti, there are so many aspects to this story right now, because the happening which is there in the political area of Maharashtra is very different from the scenario we had 20-25 days back. First, I'll start with the tweet that has been tweeted by Mr. Sanjay Raut, that "Kab tak chupoge Guwahati mein, kabhi to aana padega Chowpatty mein," and down its photo of Narhari, the deputy speaker. So now Sanjay Raut is targeting that rebels directly and attacking them, that you have to come to Mumbai as soon as possible, because if you go into the legal battle, you need to come to Mumbai and you need to speak to deputy speaker, governor, the legal process you have to fight. So you have to come to Mumbai. There are so many things which are happening in Maharashtra right now. We can see that the numbers is in Eknath Shinde's court, but Shiv Sena is trying everything to get rebels back in their group. Situations, our numbers are on Eknath Shinde's sides, but Shiv Sena is not taking it back. They are trying everything that the rebel camp, some of the MLAs can come back. When they'll come Mumbai, there can be some sort of aspects that are expected, that some rebels can join Shiv Sena back. But this all are just assumptions, because anything can happen. On the other hand, Bharatiya Janata Party also, we had seen processing some of the things. Devendra Fadnavis is a mystery to all of us that whenever he goes out, where he is going, he has gone to Baroda.
Shinde Sena indeed has these numbers, and they do. What are they really waiting for, really? You know, there's a lot of time that it's the 6th day running, and hence probably Sanjay Raut feels that at some point when they come to Mumbai, they come face to face with Uddhav Thackeray and team, they might just end up changing their mind, they might just end up making certain revelations, probably jump ship back. And it's interesting because if there are some rebel MLAs who actually go back to the Uddhav Sena, then things will turn 180 degrees once again.
Yeah, of course, that's the major thing which Eknath Shinde wants to cover right now. So that's why the time has been taken. All planning and plotting has been done. They are trying every plan of action that will not fire back. So this is the main thing. That's why this is the time-consuming process. And when all this situation started, they would have planned something like that also. They had been some situations. So they had planned all the situation. They have what will they do if this situation will arise, what will they do? They have to be staying long in Guwahati now. It's been 6 days. So they must have planned this situation. They must be knowing that this will happen. There should be time-consuming process. There should be backfire attacks from Shiv Sena.
Yeah.
So they must have planned something, and that's why this process is taking so long, Chaiti.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Paras. Maharashtra political drama has now entered the 6th day of turmoil now. Both Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena currently are defined. Amidst the revolt, rebel Eknath Shinde has reached out to Shiv Sena workers. In an outreach, Shinde has said that he's fighting to save Shiv Sena and that he wants to free Sena of Mahavikas Aghadi. Shinde's son, in his first address, slammed Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar for not taking care of the people of Maharashtra. Shrikant Shinde said that NCP top brass blocked the fundings to Sena MLAs and the rebellion is solely because of it. Shrikant also said that over 50 Sena MLAs are unhappy because of the alliance. Meanwhile, Shinde camp has extended stay in Guwahati for 2 more days and another trouble coming in for Mahavikas Aghadi Sarkar. Sena has called for a meeting of the Yuva Sena along with office bearers, national executive at 5:30 p.m. this evening to discuss their next course of action. Paras is now joining us for the latest. Paras, on one hand, 2 days extension more in Guwahati. Clearly, the Shinde Sena looks like they are buying time, not in a rush to come back to Mumbai. We know the midnight huddle between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde as well. At this point of time, what is the numbers really looking like? And you know, the Sena will call for multiple meetings with Yuva Sena, etc., etc. Everything goes down to numbers. Everything comes down to who has the numbers.
Yeah, of course, everything. The most important aspect of this particular incident is the numbers that are in Eknath Shinde's court. Eknath Shinde is claiming that he has more than 50 MLAs in his ground right now, and on another side, Sanjay Raut is saying that we are in talks with some of the MLA which are in Guwahati. They want to come back, and that's why CM Uddhav Thackeray is also speaking to them. I am also speaking to them. So there are some of the plan of action has been carried out by Shiv Sena. Also, we see that there were rallies, there are meetings continuously taken by Shiv Sena. They are trying every card that can help them save this government. On the other hand, we can see NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar is also trying, Congress is also trying, this Mahavikas Aghadi Sena is trying to save this particular Sarkar because it has been made in hustle. So right now, situation is in Maharashtra is very tense, and if we see the particular numbers are on Eknath Shinde's side, but Shiv Sena is not taking back its things. So we can see there's some meetings also happens today. Also there are rally at 11 of Aditya Thackeray. Particularly this 6th day has been very important in Maharashtra politics today. It can be also important day because there are some of the important things which will happen. The major thing will happen. It's at 11. Aditya Thackeray will take a rally.
I request you to stay on with us, and I want to bring our viewers the latest updates related to Maharashtra political crisis, because that is what is going to give you perspective, the latest developments. Let's begin. Development number one, the rebel Shinde camp has extended its stay in Assam's Guwahati. The Shiv Sena group has extended its hotel bookings by 2 days. That is the Shinde Sena group. They will now be putting up in Guwahati till 30th of June. Now, development number two, let's bring that too on your screen. Sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and BJP's Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara last night to discuss the possible government formation in Maharashtra. Vadodara is in Gujarat. According to sources, Shinde came to Vadodara on a special flight from Guwahati last evening. Development number three. Amidst the ongoing political crisis in Maharashtra, Mumbai police has imposed Section 144 in the city. The prohibitory orders will remain in force till 10th of July. Development number 4 now. Let's bring that on your screens too. After National Executive Committee meeting, Shiv Sena has called a meeting of its Yuva Sena, that is Youth Wing National Executives, at the Shiv Sena Bhavan in Mumbai at 5:30 p.m. this evening. All the office bearers have been asked to be present for this meeting. The fifth biggest development. Eknath Shinde made an emotional appeal to the Shiv Senics. He said Shiv Sena workers must understand that he wants to free the party from the clutches of the MVA government, and this battle is for the betterment of the party workers. The Uddhav Sena versus Eknath Sena tussle is now turning ugly. The violence has broken out as angry Shiv Sena workers have taken to the streets as well. Angry Senics vandalized rebel MLA offices. They even ended up burning effigies. Here's the full report.
Violence, vandalism, arson, and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Senics, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Senics are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office, was vandalized by Shiv Senics in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Senics were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे. ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है, जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए.
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Senics vandalized hoardings of rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है, लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में है, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए. लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक राय है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं. यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है, आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए. आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो, तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए। मैंने क्या कहा क्या आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है। मैंने कहा आप हमके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है। वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो। ये दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है? आप घर में आइए।
Union Minister Ramdas Athavale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है।
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the warpath, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today has mega scoop on rebel Shinde's visit to Gujarat. Eknath Shinde reportedly met BJP leader and former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. Shinde first went to Delhi, then took a chartered plane to Gujarat at 1 a.m. last night, I beg your pardon. At almost the same time, sources tell India Today that Fadnavis was also seen going towards the airport. Fadnavis and Shinde allegedly met about 2:30 a.m. in the morning to 3 a.m. in Vadodara. From Gujarat, Shinde took a flight back to Guwahati and reached the state about 6:45 a.m. It is possible, perhaps, that Mumbai and Delhi were the base stations of the private jets and hence they had to fly back home. And this is how everything really panned out. 24 June, 10:30 p.m., Shinde is flown from Guwahati to the national capital in Delhi. And then from Delhi, he's gone right here in the state of Gujarat. And that was a chartered flight, as we already reported that he took. Then 24 June, 9 p.m., Fadnavis flew from Mumbai to Vadodara via Indore. 25th June, 5:45 a.m., Fadnavis returned from Vadodara to Mumbai. And then you had Shinde also, who went back to Delhi, because that, as we reported, was the base. We'll bring that on your screens in just about a bit as well. And then eventually he went back to Guwahati as well. You know, in situations like this, it always comes down to the numbers. The numbers speak for themselves. Of course, there are many other factors involved as well, but the numbers show you what the strength really looks like. Now, this is a losing number game at the moment, as of this moment, as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. Lots can change. That's politics for you. Right now, they are in Guwahati. Remember, they've not come back to Mumbai. Once they come back to Mumbai, you never know what changes. Let me walk you through what the numbers are looking like. Shiv Sena is at 17, BJP is at 106, NCP 55 and 44 Congress. Now, the rebels are 38 plus 9 other rebels. And the majority mark is at 144. Total strength of the house is 285. So at this point of time, Sena rebels plus other rebels, they've obviously, if you count that alongside with the BJP, there is Uddhav Thackeray, who looks like he is in the losing spot for the moment. It's politics for you. You never know. Things change very fast. There is a full-blown war over Bala Saheb's legacy. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray said that no one should use Bala Saheb Thackre's name after the rebel group led by Eknath Shinde announced that they would name their group Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. Uddhav gave out a stern warning, saying that Shinde should seek votes at the behest of his father and not Bala Saheb Thackray. Here's a complete report.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war is now personal. The fight is for Bal Thakray's name and legacy. At the Shiv Sena executive meet, Uddhav had a clear message for Eknath Shinde and the rebels.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच. माझं आज सुद्धा आव्हान आहे. काळा बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरायचा नाही, मी तर नालायकच आहे. माझा फोटो लावूच नका. पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
The message from Shiv Sena is clear. Uddhav Thackeray is only inheritor of Bala Saheb's legacy. The party is also going to move the election commission to stop the Shinde faction from misusing Bala Saheb's name.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Thackeray, and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे। शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप उद्धव साहब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं। आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते।
The Sena roar has been triggered after India Today's exclusive political news break. India Today was the first to report that Shinde and the rebels are going to form a separate faction and will name it Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar claimed that Shinde had sent a letter to the Deputy Speaker seeking recognition as a separate party.
हम लोग अभी भी शिवसेना में हैं, जो एक मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग फैली जा रही है कि हम लोगों ने शिवसेना छोड़ी है, ऐसी कोई भी बात नहीं है। हम सिर्फ अपना गट अलग कर रहे हैं और जो बाला साहब की विचारधारा है कि हम किस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं, इसके बारे में हमने हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख जी को बार-बार विनती की थी।
Dropping a massive hint, Rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar also asserted that Rebel camp has only two options now, either to support the NCP or join hands with the BJP.
आपका ये शिवसेना बाला साहिब नाम का जो कोई गुट बनेगा, जिसको मान्यता शायद मिल भी जाए, वो गुट अपने आप को उनको मर्ज करना पड़ेगा किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में। तो या तो वो नहीं है, हो सकती है या आपकी कोई और, ये नहीं है। अच्छा,
ऐसे बिल्कुल नहीं है, ऐसे ऐसा कुछ प्राविधान नहीं है। वो तो अलग गट करके आप बैठ सकते हैं और वैसे हम लोग बैठेंगे। आज जो सिर्फ चल रहा है प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, और ऐसे कोई भी नहीं है। जो भी प्रोविजंस होंगे कायदे की, उसके हम लोग अमल बजावनी करेंगे।
This comes after Maharashtra Deputy Speaker rejected the no confidence motion moved against him by the Shinde camp. 16 rebels have also been served disqualification notices. They have been asked to respond by June 27th, 5 p.m. Uddhav has declared he's the rightful heir of Bala Sahib's legacy, but Shinde remains defiant.
जो हम लोग ने पिटीशन फाइल की थी, उसी के ऊपर सोमवार को 5:30 बजे स्पीकर महोदय के सामने सारे 16 बागी जो विधायक है शिवसेना के, उनको आना पड़ेगा और उनकी बाजू उनको यहाँ इन पर्सन आके बोलनी पड़ेगी।
The real question remains unanswered. Who is the real Shiv Sena? Bureau Report, India Today.
Maharashtra is marred by political uncertainty. The Mahavikas Aghadi government is now working at a record speed, and the possibility of the government's ouster looms large. Here is more.
The political uncertainty in Maharashtra has surprisingly resulted in bureaucratic efficiency. Mahavikas Aghadi netas are working at record speed. Be it long pending files or sanctioning funds for development projects, the state coffers are working round the clock. Eknath Shinde led rebellion hit the state of Maharashtra on June 21st. 4 days later, the Aghadi government has cleared over 280 development work-related orders, a record speed since the inception of the government. From rebels to Mahavikas Aghadi partners, everybody is leaving nothing to chance. Gulab Rao Patil, the Water Supply and Sanitation Minister for Maharashtra, who joined the Shinde faction, cleared 84 work orders before flying to Guwahati. The highest number of project orders have been issued by ministers under NCP. There's no clarity on who will emerge on top when the political storm settles. Mahavikas Aghadi is bracing for the worst, hastily putting things in order in case the eviction bugle sounds. Bureau Report, India Today.
We're slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. When we return, counting of votes in 3 Lok Sabha and 7 Assembly seats to kickstart it any moment now under the multi-tier security cover.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Do you want to hear dead people? Well, you might in the near future through Alexa. Amazon is all set to go a notch higher in the tech world with the introduction of its latest feature of Alexa. During Amazon's Global Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Conference, Alexa AI gave an unusual demo by mimicking the voice of a dead relative to a child. Yes, you heard it right. Through the use of artificial intelligence and recent advancements in text-to-speech technology, Alexa will be able to mimic someone's voice using less than a minute of recording. The AI may not eliminate the loss of your loved ones, but it can definitely make their memories last longer. While this may be comforting for some people grieving, a lot of netizens are feeling uneasy about the whole idea. Especially Twitterati is quite apprehensive and using hashtags like creepy and morbid for this new Alexa feature.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. The counting has begun at Sangrur Lok Sabha constituency. The counting has begun in 2 centers of Sangrur constituency. The stage is now all set for the counting of votes in Punjab. The Aam Aadmi Party is going to be now facing a popularity test in Punjab. So we have to wait and watch to see what really happened as far as the Lok Sabha by-election result is concerned. Sangrur is our top focus at the moment. Is the AAP eyeing a hat-trick? That's the big question they're facing. Definitely they are facing a multi-cornered contest in their stronghold. We'll have to wait and watch to see what happens once the counting is over. But the news coming in right now is that the counting has begun in the Sangrur Lok Sabha constituency. As I already mentioned, in 2 centers of the Sangrur Lok Sabha constituency, the counting has started. The stage is all set for counting of votes now in Punjab. The Aam Aadmi Party now going to be facing a popularity test in Punjab after the sweeping victory in the last assembly polls. Manjeet Sehgal will be joining us in just about a bit. We're getting you details as far as the by-poll election is concerned. The counting has begun. The by-election result, all second-by-second updates right here first on India Today. The Aam Aadmi Party truly now facing a multi-cornered contest in its stronghold of Sangrur in Punjab. The counting of votes in 3 Lok Sabha and 7 Assembly seats has begun. Counting of votes for Lok Sabha by-polls in Azamgarh, Rampur, Sangrur and 4 states. 7 Assembly seats will be held today. The counting has started under multi-tier security cover. At first, postal ballots are going to be counted and then the EVMs are going to be open. The fate of Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha along with others is going to also be decided today. Meanwhile, in Punjab, the by-polls were held at a time when the Aam Aadmi Party is indeed facing heat over the Moosewala murder. And after the thumping victory in the assembly polls, like you already know, Tripura has the highest number of 4 seats. Agartala, Jubaraj Nagar, Surma and Town Hall, Bardowali, followed by Uttar Pradesh's Rampur and Azamgarh and Punjab's Sangrur district. The other constituencies where the assembly by-polls were held on 23rd of June are Rajinder Nagar here in Delhi and Mandar in Jharkhand's Ranchi district and Atmakuru in Andhra Pradesh. The Prime Minister Modi has left for Germany to attend G7 summit. That's the breaking news coming in. He has left to meet the Indian diaspora in Germany. The Prime Minister is going to be addressing an event in Munich on COVID, on climate, energy, Ukraine crisis. All of that is on the agenda as the Prime Minister heads to Germany. Visuals coming in of the Prime Minister leaving India to go to Germany for the G7 summit. He's going to be meeting Indian diaspora as well in Germany. He will be addressing an event in Germany on COVID crisis too. And also on the agenda is discussions on climate, energy, Ukraine, etc. The Prime Minister is all going to be set now. He's all set indeed to visit Germany to attend the G7 summit. He's going to be holding meetings with over 12 world leaders during this visit to Germany. He will have over 15 engagements during the meeting. The G7 leaders are expected to focus on the Ukraine crisis that has triggered geopolitical turmoil, besides fueling a global food and energy crisis. Official sources have said that Modi will have multiple bilateral meetings also in addition to attending G7, a grouping of the world's 7 richest nations, during his stay in Germany. He's going to be meeting the members of Indian diaspora from across Europe during this 2-day visit. He's attending G7 summit following an invitation by the German Chancellor. The summit is being hosted by Germany in its capacity as the chair of G7. After attending the summit, the Prime Minister is going to be traveling to UAE on 28th of June. For now, that's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For the news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or download the app. I'm joining you in just about a bit with the latest, so don't go anywhere.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा फेस्टिवल पता है कौन सा है? कौन सा होता है? घरवाली। क्यों? क्योंकि उसे बार-बार मनाना पड़ता है। इसलिए मैंने फैसला कर लिया है कि मैं तेरी मम्मी को डिवोर्स कर रहा हूँ।
there's a saying in Hindi, शादी का लड्डू जो खाए वो पछताए, जो ना खाए वो भी पछताए. I'm going to discuss this with the entire parivar of Jug Jug Jio right from this moment, but I want to take this moment and opportunity to congratulate each one of you individually. First, Neetu ji for Ranbir and Alia's wedding. Anil ji for you becoming a grandfather soon. Manish, you being a wonderful host at IFA 2022. Kiara for Bhool Bhulaiya 2 success, and of course you've completed 8 years in the industry. Varun for 10 years as an actor in the film industry, and Rajsa for bringing this entire insane cast for Jug Jug Jio.
He just got engaged recently.
Oh my God! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Don't feel shy.
Varun is just pulling his leg. Welcome to India Today Television, and thank you so much for joining us. Like I said in the introduction, Shadi Ka Laddu. I would first want to begin with you all asking about your personal experience being in a marriage, and you know, of course, Kiara, you're still not there.
I've learned so much. You're out of this one.
Yeah.
I feel I've heard so much from your language. You feel married. I feel married without having a husband. But you've given us so many tips, you know. ये होता है, वो होता है. So now she's aware. I'm prepared. शादी में ऐसा होएगा.
Yeah, of course, you're still not there, but you know, you can give us a sense of how it is being in a relationship and taking it forward to the next level, considering the fact that you're always in the limelight.
आपको मनीष से शुरू करना चाहिए क्योंकि
been giving us a lot of advice.
Yeah, and sir, you know he's been on TV for so long, so people feel he's unmarried because how much he flirts. So.
Thanks, Varun. Thank you for killing it for me. एक सेकंड. So, no, sorry. नहीं, हाँ, so शादी का experience आप पूछ रहे हैं. I think marriage is a wonderful thing. I've been married for 15 years now. I've been married to my childhood sweetheart. बचपन से हम लोग बहुत बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स रहे हैं और शादी हुई. मुझे लगता है सबको शादी करनी चाहिए, बट ऐसा कोई रूल नहीं है. जो नहीं भी करते वो भी खुश हैं, जो करते हैं वो भी खुश हैं, और कई बार ये उल्टा भी हो जाता है. सो आई थिंक ये पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है, बट आई थिंक आई हैव हैड अ वंडरफुल टाइम, फैंटास्टिक टाइम. और एक चीज़ मैंने सीखी थी अनिल सर से कि जब भी आपकी एनिवर्सरी हो, एक बहुत ही स्वीट लंबा सा प्यारा सा इंस्टाग्राम ज़रूर बनाओ. और मैंने उस सर मैंने आपको कॉल भी किया था उसके बाद, तो वो मैं आई मेक इट अ पॉइंट, आई ऑलवेज डू इट. सर क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ये अंदर की बात तू बाहर क्यों बोल रहा है? No, coming to me, I feel, you know, obviously, it's been wonderful and beautiful. The whole journey has been fantastic. The entire, because he's married for 15 years. I'm married for 38 years, so it's been fantastic.
Next. Shadi ka laddu. So I just feel if you have a good partner, your life is sorted. So it all depends on who you marry and how lucky you are to get the right person. So I was married for, 42 years. And it was a beautiful journey because I had a wonderful partner. So it all depends, you know, and how you vibe and how you are with each other. So for me, laddu was definitely quite sweet.
For you, Kiara.
Well, I'm blessed that I'm around people who have such happy marriages. So I'm only seeing these wonderful marriages. And at home, I mean, I'm very fortunate that, you know, I have the best example at home with my parents. So whenever it happens in my life, I will share it with you all. But for now, it's just lovely to just, you know, be around so many people and it just looks like they're just so happy and fulfilled in their marriages. And yeah, that's how it is.
So, as a kid, I never thought I'll get married, actually. I never thought I'll be one of those people who'll get married and stuff like that. But then Natasha came into my life and she just got that fuzzy, I don't know, that comfortable feeling where you just feel you're padded by pillows all over. Ki kuch bhi ho jaye, you know, you're safe. Don't worry, I've got you. So, for me, that's marriage and I'm blessed to have her. About your engagement?
Yeah. I'm not engaged. I'm not married or engaged. Yeah, no, but I was going to say that the reason we were able to come up with this subject also is because I've lived in a joint family where I've seen successful marriages and examples in front of me right now. So I just feel like I've seen so many successful marriages around me, and the kind of effort that goes into making one, which I'm sure everyone here will agree. Yeah. So it's not like every marriage is successful by the nature of it. I'm pretty sure everyone's put effort into it, so I guess that's where it comes from.
The story of Jug Jug Jio is so relatable, especially that tagline, शादी के बाद सब बदल जाता है. I mean, I've heard this so many times from so many married couples. I want to know personally from you all, what all has changed for you after getting married?
I think definitely changes do come, but I think it's totally on you how you take it, whether you take it for good or bad. I think for me, touch wood, everything has been fantastic. When I shifted to Mumbai, I got married just after a year, and before that, I wasn't doing much. And touch wood, today, if you see, after being married for 15 years, if you see the people I'm sitting with, I feel blessed. And I feel that, a lot of good luck has come to me from Sanyukta. She's been with me through everything, my highs, my lows. So she understands me a lot. And it's very important to have a partner who understands you, because the kind of life we live, because the kind of stress we go through, there are rejections. Everything happens, but if you have a partner who, makes you believe in yourself, that is very important. And I think I'm very happy and very blessed that way.
Yours really, she's watching this interview, huh? No, when I got married, obviously, the grass is always greener on the other side. So I used to feel very, for quite a few years, very jealous of, bachelors. And, I used to feel very jealous of stars when they used to go out with the girlfriends and, for the premieres and holidays. Now also when I see they're going for holidays and, boyfriend, girlfriends at the airport and, so, no, I have to be very honest now. I'm being very honest. I'm being very honest. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है यार, like so and so का भी ये affair हुआ, then he gets a few covers, and
बिल्कुल
सही बोल रहा है. फिर उसका ये होता है, फिर वो he talks about it, then they hide and kind of thing. Then there's so much, spoken about and all, तो मेरे बारे में कोई बात ही नहीं करता था.
Which is true. I agree.
Yeah. So I had to wait for my film to release. बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, या फिल्म सुपर हिट हो गई है, फिल्म फ्लॉप हो गई है. तो so these were the only discussions which happened in my entire career. So I used to, I say यार, तो I used to tell Sunita, देखो यार, क्या है यार, what is this? I missed out on all these premieres and harm and all that kind of thing. Sitting in the pool side, shooting, taking a break, film का break चल रहा है, and chilling with his girlfriend. मेरे career में ऐसा कभी कुछ नहीं हुआ. Andaman Islands, which are the islands now, which are very famous?
नया जू बीच,
Maldives, yeah. So that is my, yeah. So otherwise.
It's honest, or are you trying to be funny?
No.
No.
I have. No. Come on, yeah. I'm being very honest, yeah. I've told my wife also,
I think Kiara would be the better person to say.
Yeah. So otherwise, it's been, wonderful, because I got married to my friend who became my girlfriend. From a girlfriend, she became a wife.
Wonderful wife.
Yes.
So lovely. Amazing. You're very lucky.
Even she's lucky.
Next.
Neetu ji, you also posted a picture saying सब कुछ बदल गया था
सब
आपके
कुछ
लिए.
बदल जाता है, because my life was like, I worked all my life, my teenage years. And I was just a very happy-go-lucky person. And then when I got married, I gave up everything. And then everything changed. बच्चे हो गए, फिर घर बन रहा है, and then my life is just my husband and my children. So your life does change. I mean, you're not the same person anymore. And now it's changing again.
Varun, for you, you're new to the club.
क्या हो जाता है कि आपका जो कबर्ड है, उसके अंदर लड़कियों के कपड़े आ जाते हैं. वो मिस्टेक से जो jeans है, my jeans are there. Suddenly I've taken out jeans and I'm trying to try. They're not fitting the Natasha's jeans. So this happens a lot. Like the clothes get mixed up and all when obviously you're sharing your life together. And but it's totally okay. I mean, it's Natasha. Oh yeah. No, Kiara is not. Oh yeah.
Why not? What about you?
They should not marry. I agree with you, sir. ये होता है क्योंकि शादी के बाद then they don't write about those other things.
But
It's
you
only
know
about
what? The grass is always greener on the other side. Because
the
single people don't want their personal life to be spoken. We want you to talk about our work. And the married men want you to talk about, you know, the fun.
Yeah, but they do have the fun.
Don't you feel all these single actors do it also? ज़्यादा करते हैं, purposely करते हैं ना? चलाने के लिए.
Remember I told you कि मेरी हो गई थी शादी और जैकी की हुई नहीं थी, तो मैं जैकी को जब भी मिलता था, यार तेरे को पता नहीं यार कितना सुकून मिला मुझे शादी के बाद.
That's exactly what Varun does. Every day he tells me you must get married. Marriage is amazing.
It's a must for you.
तो मैंने बोला कि सब शादी, you know, so then we, you know, so we all are married, leading men, so you know you don't feel jealous then. तो सब साथ में है, तो अभी उसके बारे में भी फिर टाइगर के बारे में बात हुई, उसके बच्चों के बारे में, बच्चे का बर्थडे है, सब जा रहे हैं ये वगैरह, you know, that kind of thing. So he came into the family mode.
Family zone.
Yeah, instead of girlfriends and all.
Okay, there's also one more dialogue between you and Varun, where you say that जो घरवाली होती है वो फेस्टिवल होती है, सबको मनाना पड़ता है. So I want to know between you and your respective partners, who is the first one to take the move whenever there is a fight between the two of you? Who is the first one to apologize or, you know, make up for?
This one applies to anyone who has a boyfriend or a girlfriend or anything. So let's start first with
Raj.
Okay, Raj. You've never had a girlfriend in your whole life. You've never dated anyone. So you've been in a relationship.
It's not a relevant question for me.
No, you've been. Let Kiara go. Anyone been in a relationship?
I think I always hear the men saying, oh, we always say sorry first, and you know, and all married men always say, just say yes to your wife and apologize and all. But I think it's equal. I think I don't know about marriage, but in any relationship, I think it works both ways. And I've never had a problem with saying sorry. I feel the idea is to just drop the fight, sort it out, and move forward because love is more important.
One thing is there.
In the film, she has big problems in saying sorry.
That is not true.
It's very true. It goes on and on and on.
End में story क्यों बता रहे थे? And he also has a lot of problems. Okay, we won't get into that. Short answer.
Raj,
Conserving our energy.
Raj has been in multiple relationships.
Thanks, Varun. Thank you. Thank you for advocating my. So Manish was you saying something?
नहीं, but मुझे जनरली लगता है कि ऐसा नहीं है कि लड़के ही हर बार सॉरी बोलते हैं और बड़े हम बेचारे बनते हैं. मैं इसलिए सॉरी बोलता हूँ बिकॉज मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता कि मेरी वाइफ मुझे सॉरी बोले. तो चाहे मेरी भी गलती हो, मुझे अच्छा लगता है कि बात ख़त्म करो यार. आई ऑलवेज फील कि पता नहीं सबके पास कितना टाइम है, क्या है, कितना है, जो है उसको एंजॉय करो. सो एक सॉरी बोलने से अगर मेरे 1 सेकंड में सब कुछ अच्छा हो रहा है, सो व्हाई नॉट. तो मैं इतना लंबा, हाँ बिल्कुल सैन, आई लव यू एंड एडवांस में सॉरी, तो वो है. बट आई थिंक यही चीज़ें हैं. आई थिंक और ये फिल्म में भी वही है, जो मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग्स दिखाई हैं, जो छोटी छोटी चीज़ इन दोनों के बीच में जो मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग्स हैं और आपके कैरेक्टर्स के बीच में जो है, आई थिंक वो जो अंडरस्टैंड करेगी ऑडियंस की यार इतनी सी बात को हम कितना बड़ा बनाते हैं. सो आई थिंक वो इस फिल्म से सबको डेफिनेटली देखने को मिलेगा.
He's answered, you know, all of us. Varun has answered. So what's the next question?
Neetu ji, what was that one piece of advice that you would have, you know, given to Ranbir or Alia when they were about to get married or when they were in a relationship?
आजकल के बच्चों को एडवाइस नहीं दे सकते. they know their mind, they know their life, and you know, जब बच्चे छोटे होते हैं, they've seen you, they've seen us, so they know what's right or wrong. उनकी बोलते हैं ना upbringing अच्छी है, so they will do the right thing. So I don't think you can give advice to आजकल के बच्चे. They know everything and they're very sorted.
Anil sir, for Sonam and Anand when they were getting married, one piece of advice that you would
No, absolutely. Neetu ji is totally right. You can't give advice, and they are sensible, intelligent, and they have observed. And mostly, what happens is children, बहुत फर्क पड़ता है कि माँ बाप को देखते हैं और किस तरह उन्होंने बिहेव किया है, किस तरह उनका सब कुछ है, कैसे उनकी रिलेशनशिप अब तक चल रही है. There have been ups and downs in relations, but they stood by each other. So all these things, somewhere, I think it is there, subconsciously, and they somewhere follow to a certain extent. So that's the reason you have to be, as a parent, you have to be very, very careful because the children are observing you. That's what हमारे बुजुर्गों ने कहा है और ये चलता आ रहा है. Especially in India, it does because we believe in the family system, we believe in the value system. So it's very, it's very different over here in this part of the world. For us, husband-wife relationships, brothers, friendship, all these are family bonding. It's very, very, very deep. There's a lot of loyalty. There's a lot of commitment. And very, very emotional also.
Varun, since you're married now, between two of your friends, Arjun Kapoor and Siddharth Malhotra, who do you think is gonna get the first Jug Jug Jio Ashirwad?
Very smartly, very smartly.
No, but this is Varun, this answer is going to travel. So exploit it for Jug Jug Jio.
तो मैं अर्जुन कपूर और सिद्धार्थ मल्होत्रा से मतलब मैं किसे कहूँगा कि जुग जुग जियो आप पहले. आई फील दोनों ही बहुत ही अच्छे लड़के हैं, बहुत ही कमिटेड और ऑनेस्ट और अच्छे व्यवहार के लड़के हैं. तो आई थिंक दोनों ही both only will मैं दोनों को ही कहूँगा, but both are ready, I can say that much.
He seems to know a lot. Who's going to be the first one?
Who's more ready?
Who do you think is the first out of both?
He wants everybody to get married fast so that he
No, I don't know. उनको जो अभी they want to do that other time pass, like Sir said, hide and all that other, मतलब island hopping, all that, वो सब कर सकते हैं. But I think because Anil sir knows Arjun also very well, तो Anil sir बोल सकते हैं Arjun के बारे में. He doesn't like to say anything about Arjun, but I think आप बोल सकते हो इस विषय पे.
Closest, I think you are the best person to speak about Arjun.
I feel.
Just say one person.
Just say it.
Just say one person. I mean,
मेरे को इधर से भी मार पिटनी है, उधर से भी मार पिटनी है. You say, who do you feel?
I don't know. You can't deflect this.
इसका स्टेम लेने देने नहीं, उसका नाम लेते.
I don't know whether I should say or no, but I feel maybe he's already married.
He's already married.
I think Ishan Khattar.
No, between two of your friends.
Only between these two.
It's a very tricky question.
Yeah. I see. So I've had I started my career with Sid, and I feel Sid is very mature, and I think he'll make a very, very good husband. So, yeah.
So Karan Johar visited the sets of Jug Jug Jio on his 50th birthday. There was this one post that you had shared on Instagram. There was a video and the caption said, I hope people get to know the real you like I do. Can you please elaborate that for us? Because we also want to know who real.
So honestly, what you see of Karan Johar on Coffee with Karan, that's not Karan Johar. That's not Karan Johar. What you see of Karan Johar when he's in the press and he's having fun and he's building up things on social media where he's pouting or posing with his jackets and all, that's not Karan Johar. The real Karan Johar is him when he's in his house surrounded by his kids, with his mother who he lives with, when he's taking care of an entire office staff who during the pandemic he doesn't lay off one single person, where he goes outside of his way to help people from our fraternity. Outside means really outside of his way. Even people he doesn't know, even sometimes with whom he's on bad terms, he helps them and without even wanting a thank you back from them. So I think that is Karan Johar. He's always been selflessly helping people. Anil sir says it all the way, and he's been through it all, he's seen it all. So I think he can comment more on what kind of a man Karan is.
I can't imagine the film industry if there is no Karan Johar. You need a person like Karan Johar, otherwise the kind of employment he giving to so many people, the joy, the laughter, and he's there for every wedding, he's there for every event, for a birthday, he's there every funeral. This shows, and that's what Yash Johar was. He was available, he was there, accessible, when you call him up or message him or anything. If he's busy, then he'll call back, But I am been in this business for so many years now, and I sometimes call up, I'm being very honest, call up a junior actor, or a junior filmmaker, or junior anybody. And sometimes you don't get a reply from him, for some time. So, these are things which happen, and it happens with everybody. It's not with me only, with everybody, in different levels. So when Karan Johar, if you ask Karan Johar, even he will say that, the same thing. It happens to him also. But with Karan, it's consistent. From the time I met him as an assistant, when he was an assistant, and from the time I met him now, and no one ever imagined that he would become so successful. I never imagined.
अगर करण नहीं होते तो हमारी जिंदगी में राज नहीं आते. So he's found, obviously he's launched me, Siddharth and Alia, but he's also he's launched Raj, he's launched Shashank, he's launched Shakun Batra.
Forgot, yeah. He's launching Neetu and me for the first time.
These two newcomers. How do you get to see them?
No, it's not the question of newcomers. Jokes apart.
You don't see this pair, yeah?
It's because of him that both of us.
Like I said, an insane cast for this film.
You would never get Manish also.
The Manish I have launched.
Manish aapne. But Manish ke kapde, all the clothes Manish has worn in this film are Karan sir. सारे
या सारे मैंने करण सर के कपड़े पहने. बट एक चीज और मैं बार बार बोलता हूँ करण सर पे ना, नहीं, और मैं बताऊँ आपको सर, करण सर पे ना एक बात बार बार उठती है कि नेपोटिज्म है. ये बातें करनी बहुत आसान है. अगर नेपोटिज्म है तो मालवीय नगर के पॉल साहब के बेटे को काम नहीं मिलता, मेहता साहब को काम नहीं मिलता, ऐसे बहुत से हैं. तो क्या होता है, हम वो नहीं देखते जो वो कर रहे हैं, हम उस बात को उठाते हैं जो शायद वो नहीं देख पाए. वो बहुत कुछ कर रहे थे. ही इज हैंडलिंग सो मच, ही इज गिविंग वर्क टू सो मेनी पीपल, ही इज क्रिएटिंग सच अमेजिंग फिल्म्स. सो आई थिंक, आई ऑलवेज फील दैट आई थिंक ही इज अ ग्रेट गाय. जिस तरह वो करते हैं, आई थिंक इज अ फैंटास्टिक प्रोड्यूसर, जितना पैम्पर करते हैं. सो दैट इज ऑल वी हैव टू से अबाउट हिम.
Okay, one quick question. Most asked question by relatives at a celebrity wedding.
Usually ask you कि वो कोई दूसरा स्टार आ रहा है, जैसे they'll ask you कि अरे सलमान खान आ रहा है क्या वेडिंग पे? Something like that.
Okay, biggest takeaway from this film?
Takeaway is it's all about marriage, is how you live together and how you get what is the takeaway actually?
I think there's a fresh perspective on marriages, which I think it's there, it's always been there, but I think we're finally seeing it on screen after a long time. And I think I don't want to reveal it. I don't want to reveal it, but
and it's done in a very entertaining way, which makes it more broader. That everybody can see this film, from the front benchers to and every age group and every strata, rich, poor, middle class, lower. Everybody can see the film and watch the film, and there's a takeaway for that.
Okay,
person.
before I leave you guys, one hook step. हो जाए नच पंजाब sitting only.
नच पंजाब पड़े नच पंजाब पड़े नच पंजाब पड़े नच नच पंजाब पड़े नच पंजाब पड़े नच पंजाब पड़े नच जुग 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 जियो.
Watching India Today.
Facial recognition is a biometric technology used to authenticate or identify an individual from a photograph or a facial image. The technique makes it possible to authenticate identity to check that an individual is who he or she claims to be. The image is compared to an existing image in a database. A person can also be identified in a group, place, image or database. From a still or from video, software generates an image based on the face's unique traits, the base of the ears, the distance between the two pupils, the shape of the nose, eyebrows and mouth, and the even skin grain. Hair and clothes are not taken into account. The next step is to compare the face print with images in the database. To reduce the margin of error, the quality of the image must be good. The face must be well lit, full face at a correct distance from the lens. Originally used to fight crime, facial recognition now has more mundane uses such as accessing bank accounts and social media platforms. But there are worries it could also present a threat to privacy and individual liberties. The technology also raises questions about the use of databases.
You are watching India Today.
Very good morning and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's first start with the headlines. Political turmoil enters day 6. An emotional Shinde appeals to Shiv Sainik, says battle fought to save Shiv Sena from the Mahavikas Aghadi. Yuva Sena executives meet today. Top sources revealed to India Today on the secret meeting between Eknath Shinde and BJP Chief Fadnavis in Gujarat's Vadodara in the dead of the night, void of the cameras, raising suspense. Counting of votes for Lok Sabha by poll in Azamgarh, Rampur and Sangrur and 4 states, 7 assembly seats, kickstarts under multi-tier security cover. The Prime Minister will hold meetings with over 12 world leaders during his visit to Germany for the G7 summit, focus on global economy, COVID and Ukraine crisis. The Maharashtra political drama, viewers, has entered the 6th day of turmoil. Both Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are currently defiant. Amidst this entire revolt, rebel Eknath Shinde has now reached out to Shiv Sena workers. In an outreach, Shinde said that he's fighting to save Shiv Sena and that he wants to free the Sena of Mahavikas Aghadi. So basically, he wants to free Sena from the NCP and the Congress Party. Shinde's son, in his first address, slammed Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar for not taking care of the people of Maharashtra. Shrikant Shinde, that is the son of Eknath Shinde, said that NCP top brass blocked fundings to Sena MLAs and the rebellion is solely because of it. Shrikant has also said that over 50 MLAs are unhappy because of this alliance. Meanwhile, the Shinde camp has extended its stay in Guwahati for 2 more days. And this is another trouble coming in for Mahavikas Aghadi, because unless and until they come to Mumbai, the tables are difficult to turn. Sena has called a meeting of the Yuva Sena, all the office bearers, national executive. This very crucial meeting is going to happen at 5:30 p.m. today, and we will be getting you live updates in terms of what happens, because then here in that 5:30 meeting, Shiv Sena, which is the Uddhav Sena, will be discussing the next course of action and what to do next as far as saving the Mahavikas Aghadi is concerned, saving the government in Maharashtra is concerned. Also, it is all going to be coming in down to numbers at the end of the day. Right now, it looks like Eknath Shinde has the numbers, but once they come back to Maharashtra, that is Mumbai, the table can turn. The tables can turn, and now Eknath Shinde has extended his stay in Guwahati with all those rebel MLAs as well. We're getting some breaking news coming in. The Prime Minister Modi has left for Germany to attend G7 summit. Prime Minister is going to be meeting Indian diaspora in Germany, addressing event in Munich on the COVID crisis, climate, energy, Ukraine crisis, all of that on the agenda for the Prime Minister. So that is the latest that is coming in. Prime Minister in Germany to meet Indian diaspora. A lot on the agenda. COVID crisis, post-COVID recovery on the agenda, multiple bilateral meetings also with many leaders, climate crisis, energy, Ukraine, all that is on the agenda for the Prime Minister. All right, these are the visuals that are coming in. The Prime Minister has landed in Germany. We're getting you all the very latest details of the Prime Minister's welcome in Germany right there. Officials shaking hands, welcoming the Prime Minister. Certain members of the Indian diaspora are present right there as well. He's going to be meeting with 12 leaders in Germany. And then after Germany, he's going to be heading to the United Arab Emirates. So there you go, visuals of the Prime Minister landing in Germany. Exclusively, we have these visuals that are coming in. Rousing welcome for the Prime Minister on the sidelines of the G7 summit. You can see all the action right there and how he's being welcomed. He's landed in Germany at the moment for the G7 summit. He's going to be meeting the Indian diaspora as well. Geeta Mohan is now joining us. Geeta, very importantly, the Prime Minister is at the G7 summit and in the middle of the Ukraine crisis as well, and the impact of it, around the world that we're seeing. How crucial is this meeting, and what is the possible outcome of these meetings?
Well, a very important meeting that that India has been invited as a guest for, the G7 grouping that meets annually and always has guest nations. This time around it's Argentina, Indonesia, Senegal, South Africa and India. So making it to this very important meeting, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be focusing on, while the conversations on the sidelines will focus on food security owing to Russia-Ukraine crisis. Apart from food security, there will be talk on environment, energy, climate, health, counterterrorism, gender equality, and democracy. There are two sessions that Prime Minister Modi will be a part of as a guest nation. And then he is, before going to Schloss Elmau, which is where the summit is going to be held, he's also going to interact with the Indian diaspora in Munich. So again, this has become a very important part of the diplomatic toolkit when it comes to India and India's foreign policy, engaging Indians who are living in countries that the Prime Minister visits. And so he is going to begin with the engagement with the Indian diaspora. And after his Germany visit, he'll be going to UAE, but that's the second leg of the visit. For now, focus remaining on G7 leaders and the bilaterals that will take place on the sidelines.
If you could give us a sense of the kind of bilaterals India is likely to engage in?
Well, as of now, there are no confirmations per se of which are the leaders that he is going to meet, because we do know that he's already had a very important bilateral with Biden. But we know Trudeau is going to be there. Macron is going to be there after having won after having been re-elected president, although he's lost a majority. So there could be a bilateral with the French side. The UK is going to be there. So there are a lot of bilaterals that could take place on the sidelines. But as of now, Chetty, no information or confirmation about which are the bilaterals that have been confirmed yet.
All right. So that confirmation is still to come in. And Geeta Mohan is our foreign affairs editor. To give us a little bit of perspective, Geeta, you mentioned this is crucial. And the reason why you say this is so crucial, if you could elucidate that further.
It is very important because it comes at a time when we are seeing a huge shift in how global blocks are working. We're looking at the G7. This is coming right after the BRICS that India attended. So India has been a part of the BRICS summit where Prime Minister Modi just met with Russia and the Chinese leadership, although it was a virtual meeting. And now he's meeting the Western leaders. In fact, before that, he was also meeting the European leaders. So there is a lot of engagement when it comes to India on how India is viewing and looking at all these aspects and how India sits at the center of what has become one of the biggest problems today, and that is food security. Wheat, because of the Russia-Ukraine crisis, has become a scarce food product, and India certainly without impacting domestic global prices or domestic needs and supplies, is looking at becoming one of the key exporters when it comes to food, and how to ensure that vulnerable countries, that is what Foreign Secretary Quatra said before the Prime Minister began his journey, where he said that we are looking at providing food to vulnerable countries without impacting the domestic supplies. So that certainly is going to be a very important part of the conversations, because in the coming days, Chaiti, we've been talking about this. It's not the energy security that is going to be of a grave concern right now. In the immediate offing, it is the food security that is of a huge concern. Also, in about 3 months, winters will set in Europe, and that's when one will have to see how they react to whether if they are going to continue taking Russian gas, not take Russian gas, or can they actually survive without Russian gas.
So that's a very important part on the agenda, Geeta, as you rightly mentioned. There is also one thing on the agenda, which is post-COVID recovery. What are you picking up on that front?
COVID and global economic recovery, in the largest sense of the word, are going to be very important aspects, because when Prime Minister Modi spoke with leaders, whether it is the recent BRICS summit or even the other engagements in the recent past, COVID recovery, and speaking of how to really ensure that the global economic system actually revives despite the kind of jolts it has suffered in the recent past owing to COVID, is something that is going to be part of the discussions. And in that part of the discussion, Chaiti, one very important aspect will come about and has been coming about, whether it is the Quad, I2U2, the Indo-Pacific realm and the blocks. It is the supply chain resilience. That one country or the world cannot depend on one country to be the key supplier of most of the medical equipment, or be the manufacturing hub of most of the electronic items. And China was that. So supply chain resilience is something that will be discussed. And India is a country that these countries are looking to becoming the next big manufacturing hub, or a key peg in terms of the supply chains.
That's very interesting.
That certainly is going to be a part of the conversation.
That's extremely interesting. And Geeta, after this, after the G7 summit that is in Germany, the Prime Minister is going to be headed to United Arab Emirates as well on 28th of June. What's on the agenda?
Well, that's, again, a very interesting meeting of his fourth as Prime Minister. That, Chaiti, speaks volumes of the kind of engagement India has had with West Asia, particularly with one of the key West Asian countries, that is the United Arab Emirates. There is no specific issue on the agenda. The ruler of UAE passed away not so long ago, and Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan has become the new president and ruler of Abu Dhabi. You know that the ruler of Abu Dhabi technically is the ruler of the UAE as well. And so Zayed Al Nahyan has now become the president of UAE. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi, on his way back, there are always stopovers that the Prime Minister has if it's a long journey, and quite a few times it is in this part of the world. So the stopover this time is a very critical and a crucial one, where he will be paying condolences for the passing away of the old ruler, but also a congratulatory message for Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan for having taken over as the president of UAE. The engagements are only going to be more enhanced given the kind of cooperation we've seen in the recent past with UAE.
All right, so Geeta Mohan, the National Affairs Editor, with all those details right there. Apologies about that interruption, but big breaking news coming in, cutting straight across to it. Huge development, viewers. Breaking news. Shinde's key meeting with rebels at 12 noon now. The meeting is over. The disqualification notice of 16 MLAs. Eknath Shinde has sought legal opinion on the disqualification notice. Shinde held talks with the legal team last night. So this is a big one. Big one. What happens if 16 MLAs indeed get disqualified, and the entire number game then ends up changing, and hence he sought a legal opinion now on the disqualification notice that has been sent out to 16 MLAs. This is a key meeting that is going to take place at 12 noon, and I promise you viewers, all the inside track of this meeting will be first here on India Today. We've got our sources, we've got everything in place to get you information as we go along the way. His key meeting with his rebels, that is the Shinde Sena rebels, is at 12 noon today. Stand by, we'll be getting you all the details from that meeting, and very, very crucial meetings, because see, these kind of meetings change the course of what can happen, because this is a meeting over the disqualification notice of 16 MLAs. Now the disqualification of 16 MLAs can change the number game as well. Shinde sought legal opinion on the disqualification notice at the moment, and he held talks with his legal team last evening as well. You know, we'll break this down in terms of numbers also for you. We should break this down in terms of numbers, because if 16 MLAs indeed get disqualified following this particular notice, what do the numbers really look like? And can the table turn in that regard? And there is a possibility it can. So now Eknath Shinde in a bit of a huddle right there, meeting his lawyers. He met with his legal team last evening. His legal team has guided him as to how to go about this entire situation, and now after that he is going to be meeting all his aides, which is the camp, his faction, the Shinde Sena faction. 12 noon is when he's going to be meeting all of them. Of course, they're all holed up in that Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, and at Guwahati there will be this particular meeting of the rebel MLAs along with Eknath Shinde. This is a very crucial meeting called over the disqualification notice that is coming of 16 MLAs, and he sought legal opinion on the disqualification notice. He held talks with his legal team last night as well. So this is a rather crucial development, and you know, this is just a big development, but there are some other developments that can give you perspective that are related to the Maharashtra political crisis as well. So I would request our producers to bring that up on your screens as well. Let's get you the top developments. The rebel Shinde camp has extended its stay in Assam's Guwahati. The Shiv Sena group has extended its hotel booking for 2 more days. They will now be putting up in Guwahati until 30th of June. Questions arising on why this delay. Delaying return to Mumbai, that is the big headline here. Development number 2. Sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and BJP's Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara last evening to discuss the possible government formation in Maharashtra. And according to sources, Shinde came to Vadodara on a special flight from Guwahati last night. Let's get you the third important top development amidst this entire ongoing political tussle in Maharashtra. Mumbai police has imposed Section 144 in the city. The prohibitory order is going to remain in force till 10th of July. Top development number 4, viewers, on your screens. After the National Executive Committee meeting, Shiv Sena has called a meeting of its youth wing national executives at the Shiv Sena Bhavan in Mumbai at 5:30 p.m. All the office bearers have now been asked to attend this meeting. And the 5th top development, to give you better perspective, Eknath Shinde made an emotional appeal to the Shiv Senics. He said Shiv Sena workers must understand that he wants to free them from the clutches of the Mahavikas Aghadi government. Particularly, of course, he means the NCP and the Congress. And this battle is for the betterment of the party workers. And this is what he said in his emotional appeal. The Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena tussle has now turned ugly. Violence has broken out as angry Shiv Sena workers have taken to the streets. Angry Senics vandalized rebel MLAs' offices. They burnt effigies as well. Take a look at this complete report.
Violence, vandalism, arson, and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Senics, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Senics are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office, was vandalized by Shiv Senics in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Sainiks were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे. ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है. जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए.
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Sainiks vandalized hoardings of rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है. लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है. लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में हैं, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए. लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राई है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं. यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है. आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो. तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए. मैंने क्या कहा क्या आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है. मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है. वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो. ये दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है? आप घर में आइए.
Union Minister Ramdas Athavale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए. और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है. जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है.
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the war path, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
Pallavi Saha is joining us live from Guwahati. First up, Pallavi, very good morning, and let's get a sense in terms of what is happening in Guwahati right now. Number one, there is a very crucial meeting at 12 noon. And number two, this is going to be on the disqualification notice sent out to 16 MLAs. And how does that then change the lay of the land in case the MLAs indeed end up getting disqualified?
Good morning, Chaiti, to you as well. There is a meeting. There is a meeting today at Hotel Radisson Blu of the Eknath Shinde faction at 12 in the afternoon, where they will be, of course, discussing their future course of action as far as the disqualification notices are concerned. Yesterday, when Rebel MLA, who's been anointed the spokesperson of this faction, Deepak Kesarkar, spoke with the media over a video conference, he said that one, as far as the disqualification notices are concerned to 16 Rebel MLAs, they will be responding to the same because they've been given the option to send in their written responses by Monday, Monday 5:30 p.m. So they will be, of course, seeking legal advice in order to best reply to those notices and how to formulate those replies as well. But secondly, what he did mention is that as far as the Deputy Speaker's decision initially to replace the leader of the Legislative Party of the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde, with Ajay Chaudhary as per the demand of the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction is concerned. That is a decision that they're going to court to challenge. So that is something that they will be taking to the court. As far as the disqualification notices are concerned, they will be filing their responses, possibly filing their responses, but they do realize that there will possibly be a move by the Deputy Speaker. They anticipate to disqualify maybe all 16 or possibly some of them possibly saying that the responses are not satisfactory, etc. And in that case, they will have to again legally challenge the same as well. So working all of those, plans ahead, they're working on contingencies and how to go forward, Chetty.
Absolutely. So plans ahead being planned at the moment. If you could get us a sense in terms of Eknath Shinde's legal consultation with the lawyers yesterday, and what have the lawyers guided him as far as the disqualification notice is concerned, in case you have any information on that front?
Well, as of now, we're not very clear whether he's going to, and the faction is going to go ahead and challenge these summons orders directly, or will they submit their responses as per procedure and then, of course, see what sort of action Deputy Speaker takes against them. Yesterday, of course, Deepak Kesarkar indicated in that press conference that he addressed virtually that they will be sending in their responses. Obviously, he did cite the fact that the time given to them was very short. They received those notices only last evening, and they have only 48 hours because the deadline ends at Monday, tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. for them to submit in their responses. The only saving grace and the sigh of relief that they had was that it didn't ask them to appear in person in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, so they can file their written responses, email them, and of course dispatch the hard copy. So that is the only, some amount of relief that they had. But he did say that it was a very short period of time. So they are hectically currently consulting lawyers and seeking legal advice as to how best to respond to those disqualification notices.
All right, leave it at that. Paulami, continue to be with us. Paulami Saha getting us the very latest in terms of what is going on as far as Shinde Sena camp is concerned. India Today is a mega scoop on rebel Shinde's visit to Gujarat. Eknath Shinde reportedly met BJP leader and former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. Shinde first went to Delhi, took a chartered flight to Gujarat at 1 a.m. last night. At almost the same time, sources tell India Today that Fadnavis was also seen going towards the airport. Fadnavis and Shinde allegedly met around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. in Vadodara. From Gujarat, Shinde took a flight back to Guwahati and reached the state about 6:45 a.m. It is possible that Mumbai and Delhi were the bases of the private jets, and hence they had to fly back home via these routes. Paras is now joining us live. Paras, there is this big scoop that we're getting. Source-based information tells us that Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde have had a midnight meeting. Do we have any more information as far as this is concerned from our top sources who are tracking this development for us?
Yes, as we see the situation in Maharashtra, we had seen Devendra Fadnavis after so many days. On that day, he went to Vadodara, and after that, he has done a meeting with Eknath Shinde, as we are picking up right now. But the situation from Mumbai that we are getting, BJP is involved in all this situation which has been created, but from a very indirect way. We had seen Mohit Kamboj when rebels were taken to Guwahati. At that time, we had seen Mohit Kamboj in the plane. So there is something happening in Bharatiya Janata Party also. But right now, the main thing for Bharatiya Janata Party should be that if they are confident about Eknath Shinde, that Eknath Shinde will support them. So there are some of the things which are happening. So probably the meeting should be regarding this situation only, that what all MLAs do you have? You are confident about the thing that we are going to get support from you after this situation will get over. So right now, the major thing for Bharatiya Janata Party and Eknath Shinde is that they are just meeting and the discussion is on as Shiv Sena is struggling, Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi Sarkar is struggling because of the numbers, because Eknath Shinde have more than 38
very distant in this entire thing. They are distancing themselves from this entire game, because Eknath Shinde on one side has the support of the rebel MLAs, but when they go to Mumbai, the tables might just turn. And now with the disqualification notice as well, the numbers game is all something that they need to work around. And hence Fadnavis somewhere and the BJP seems to be on the fence as far as rushing into this entire huddle is concerned. Paras?
I'm unable to hear you. Can you please repeat your question?
I'm going to repeat the question for you. I'm saying that the BJP looks like it's distancing itself from the Shinde Sena for the moment and not going on all guns blazing with the kind of support that Shinde Sena has, because with the disqualification notice also coming in, plus the fact that when they come back to Mumbai, the numbers might change, the tables perhaps can also turn.
Yeah, of course, tables can turn, but BJP has distanced themselves. But there are indirect ways that we are seeing from last so many days. We are at Sagar Bungalow for our last 3-4 days, and there are a continuous meeting that has been attended by Maharashtra MLAs and the senior leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party at Devendra Fadnavis Bungalow. So there may be some strategy or some planning which has been planned around this situation which is in Maharashtra right now. But no leader from Bharatiya Janata Party is been allowed to speak anything about this situation. They are just saying that we are just waiting for the situation to clear down. We are not allowed to speak anything, and they are not speaking. I was there at the Sagar Bungalow for last 3 days, and I saw this situation where MLAs and the senior leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party visited for 8 hours. The meeting went around 7 to 8 hours every day from last 3-4 days. So there are some situation. BJP is not in a direct thing right now, but indirectly there must be some plan for Eknath Shinde.
Yes, absolutely. Paras continue to be with us right there. Do we have Dev Kotak also with us at the moment? This is how everything really panned out. 24 June, 10:30 p.m. Shinde is flown from Guwahati to the national capital in Delhi, and then from Delhi he's gone right here in the state of Gujarat, and that was a chartered flight, as we already reported that he took. Then 24 June 9 p.m. Fadnavis flew from Mumbai to Vadodara via Indore. 25th June 5:45 a.m. Fadnavis returned from Vadodara to Mumbai, and then you had Shinde also, who went back to Delhi, because that, as we reported, was the base. We'll bring that on your screens in just about a bit as well. And then eventually he went back to Guwahati as well. All right, is this end game Uddhav or not? The numbers will do the talking eventually. Sources have revealed that Shinde met Fadnavis in Vadodara as well late last night. We're getting you the inside scoop, every twist, every turn. You saw the numbers on your screens as well. Sena rebels have floated this new group with Eknath Shinde. It's a new Shiv Sena faction that has formed. Uddhav Thackeray has also moved the EC against the misuse of Balasaheb Thackeray's name as well. There's a full-blown war over Balasaheb's legacy. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray said that no one should use Balasaheb Thackeray's name after the rebel group led by Eknath Shinde announced that they would name their group Shiv Sena Balasaheb. Uddhav gave out a stern warning and said that Shinde should seek votes at the behest of his father and not Balasaheb Thackeray. Here's a report.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war is now personal. The fight is for Bal Thackeray's name and legacy. At the Shiv Sena executive meet, Uddhav had a clear message for Eknath Shinde and the rebels.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच. माझं आज सुद्धा आव्हान आहे. काळा बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरायचा नाही. मी तर नालायकच आहे. माझा फोटो लावूच नका. पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
The message from Shiv Sena is clear. Uddhav Thackeray is only inheritor of Balasaheb's legacy. The party is also going to move the election commission to stop the Shinde faction from misusing Balasaheb's name.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे, और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे. शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप उद्धव बालासाहेब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं. आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते.
The Sena roar has been triggered after India Today's exclusive political news break. India Today was the first to report that Shinde and the rebels are going to form a separate faction and will name it Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar claimed that Shinde had sent a letter to the Deputy Speaker seeking recognition as a separate party.
हम लोग अभी भी शिवसेना में हैं, जो एक मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग फैली जा रही है कि हम लोगों ने शिवसेना छोड़ी है, ऐसी कोई भी बात नहीं है। हम सिर्फ अपना गट अलग कर रहे हैं और जो बाला साहब की विचारधारा है कि हम किस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं, इसके बारे में हमने हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख जी को बार-बार विनती की थी।
Dropping a massive hint, Rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar also asserted that Rebel camp has only two options now, either to support the NCP or join hands with the BJP.
आपका ये शिवसेना बाला साहिब नाम का जो कोई गुट बनेगा, जिसको मान्यता शायद मिल भी जाए, वो गुट अपने आप को उनको मर्ज करना पड़ेगा किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में। तो या तो नहीं है, हो सकती है या आपकी कोई और, ये नहीं है। अच्छा,
ऐसे बिल्कुल नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ प्राविधान नहीं है। वो तो अलग गट करके आप बैठ सकते हैं और वैसे हम लोग बैठेंगे। आज जो सिर्फ चल रहा है प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, और ऐसे कोई भी नहीं है। जो भी प्रोविजंस होंगे कायदे की, उसके हम लोग अमल बजावनी करेंगे।
This comes after Maharashtra Deputy Speaker rejected the no confidence motion moved against him by the Shinde camp. 16 rebels have also been served disqualification notices. They have been asked to respond by June 27th, 5 p.m. Uddhav has declared he's the rightful heir of Bala Sahib's legacy, but Shinde remains defiant.
जो हम लोग ने पिटीशन फाइल की थी, उसी के ऊपर सोमवार को 5:30 बजे स्पीकर महोदय के सामने सारे 16 बागी जो विधायक है शिवसेना के, उनको आना पड़ेगा और उनकी बाजू उनको यहाँ इन पर्सन आके बोलनी पड़ेगी।
The real question remains unanswered. Who is the real Shiv Sena? Bureau Report, India Today.
You know, in situations like this, it always comes down to the numbers. The numbers speak for themselves. Of course, there are many other factors involved as well, but the numbers show you what the strength really looks like. Now, this is a losing number game at the moment, as of this moment, as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. Lots can change. That's politics for you. Right now, they are in Guwahati. Remember, they have not come back to Mumbai. Once they come back to Mumbai, you never know what changes. Let me walk you through what the numbers are looking like. Shiv Sena is at 17, BJP is at 106, NCP 55 and 44 Congress. Now, the rebels are 38 plus 9 other rebels. And the majority mark is at 144. Total strength of the house is 285. So at this point of time, Sena rebels plus other rebels, they've obviously, if you count that alongside with the BJP, there is Uddhav Thackeray, who looks like he is in the losing spot for the moment. It's politics for you. You never know. Things change very fast. Maharashtra is marred by political uncertainty. The Mahavikas Aghadi government is working at a record speed as the possibility of the government's ouster is looming large. Here's more.
The political uncertainty in Maharashtra has surprisingly resulted in bureaucratic efficiency. Mahavikas Aghadi netas are working at record speed. Be it long pending files or sanctioning funds for development projects, the state coffers are working round the clock. Eknath Shinde led rebellion hit the state of Maharashtra on June 21st. 4 days later, the Aghadi government has cleared over 280 development work-related orders, a record speed since the inception of the government. From rebels to Mahavikas Aghadi partners, everybody is leaving nothing to chance. Gulab Rao Patil, the Water Supply and Sanitation Minister for Maharashtra, who joined the Shinde faction, cleared 84 work orders before flying to Guwahati. The highest number of project orders have been issued by ministers under NCP. there's no clarity on who will emerge on top when the political storm settles. Maha Vikas Aghadi is bracing for the worst, hastily putting things in order in case the eviction bugle sounds. Bureau Report, India Today.
We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, counting of votes for Lok Sabha by-polls in Azamgarh, Rampur and Sangrur and 4 states, 7 assembly seats kickstarts under multi-tier security cover.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Karan Johar's upcoming film Jug Jug Jio has been creating a lot of buzz. A writer named Vishal A. Singh claimed that Karan Johar's Dharma Productions copied his script titled Bunny Rani. In a series of tweets, the writer shared his email copy sent to Dharma Productions. One of his tweets read, and I quote, "Had registered a story Bunny Rani with SwaIndia.org in January 2020. I had officially mailed Dharma Movies in February 2020 for an opportunity to co-produce with them. I even got a reply from them. And then they have taken my story and made Jug Jug Jio. Not fair, Karan Johar." The film has been sued for copyright infringement by Ranchi-based writer Vishal Singh. A court in Ranchi has now ordered the screening of the film ahead of its release. After the screening, it will be decided whether the film violates the Copyright Act or not. Karan Johar and his team have not reacted to this yet. Directed by Raj Mehta, Jug Jug Jio is slated to release in theatres on June 24th, with film stars Varun Dhawan, Anil Kapoor, Kiara Advani and Neetu Kapoor.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching it.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. Rousing welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Germany. Indian diaspora has welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Munich. The Prime Minister is going to be addressing an event in Munich on COVID crisis, post-COVID recovery too, on climate, on energy, Ukraine crisis as well. All of that is on the agenda. That address is going to take place and we'll cut live to that when that happens. But right now, just take a look at the visuals that are coming in. Prime Minister Modi in Germany, and he's been flocked and surrounded by the Indian diaspora. He's right there in Munich. And look at the rousing welcome that the Prime Minister of India is getting in Germany, in Munich especially. Live visuals coming in at the moment. The rousing welcome on your screens right now. Listen to what's going on. These are the visuals first up on India Today.
काफ़ी उत्साह वहाँ पर लोगों में देखा जा रहा है और पीछे आप देख सकते हैं एक तस्वीर वहाँ पर
sloganeering going on in Munich as the Prime Minister has landed there for the G7 summit. The Prime Minister is getting a rousing welcome there. He's going to be holding meetings with G7 guest countries, exchange views on many issues. The issues on the agenda are COVID, climate, energy crisis, the Ukraine crisis, all of that on the agenda. He's also going to be traveling to UAE, on his way back to India. He's going to be making a pit stop to UAE where he's got something important on the agenda right there as well. The Prime Minister is going to be exchanging views with G7 countries, G7 partner countries, guest international organizations on topical issues like the environment, energy, climate, food security, health, counterterrorism, gender equality, democracy. These are the visuals that are coming in live from Munich at the moment, where the Prime Minister is getting a rousing welcome by the Indian diaspora. In fact, there was sloganeering going on, people screaming Bharat Mata Ki Jai proudly as he landed in Munich. Let's play that out for our viewers once. Let's play that out, the kind of rousing welcome he's getting. Geeta Mohan is joining us. She's a foreign affairs editor. Geeta, of course, the optics look fantastic. Indian diaspora is really giving him a rousing welcome along with Germans right there in Munich. And you can see the Prime Minister enjoying the support. People sloganeering, saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Bringing our viewers back to the G7 summit, if you could, for the ones who have just tuned in, if you could just walk them through all that's on the agenda.
Well, Chetty, interesting visuals over there, but we've seen this love and appreciation for India and India's standing these days every time Prime Minister Modi goes abroad. And Munich is a place where he's been in the past as well. You can see visuals and photographs of his meeting with his mother not so long ago. There are people, Indians, who are holding up that photograph as well. But look at the time. It's early in the morning that Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed in Munich, and you still have Indians waiting
Apologies
outside
about the
hotel.
interruption. I'm coming back to you, Geeta, but there is some interaction going on with Prime Minister Modi as he's interacting with small little kids right there in Munich. Let's try and listen into what's going on. He's exchanging
तो बिल्कुल काफ़ी उत्साह भारतीय समुदाय के लोगों में देखा जाता है जब कभी भी प्रधानमंत्री विदेशों में होते हैं। और आज अभी कुछ देर पहले प्रधानमंत्री म्यूनिक पहुंचे हैं। म्यूनिक में वो अपने होटल पर इस वक्त पहुंचे हैं, तो हमने आपको दिखाया कि किस तरह से
All right, he's interacting with small children right there who are very excited to see the Prime Minister, of course. Apologies about that interruption. Geeta, continue.
Well, so the visuals that you see of the Indian diaspora, Chetty, they're there very early in the morning. He landed at about 5 a.m. And so they are at the hotel quite early in the morning, waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and then you can see that rousing welcome. We've seen this every time Prime Minister Modi visits countries abroad, and is the case this time around here as well. Also, a lot of children early in the morning, they must have waited for a while because of all the security clearances and screening. They must have waited quite a while inside the hotel also for Prime Minister Modi. And you see, Prime Minister Modi does this. He not only interacts with the Indian diaspora, but takes time out to especially interact with the children. You saw him signing autographs for children who'd come with drawings and some very pro-India or patriotic messages on paper. And so he signed autographs for them, which he's been doing for a while. But he just does take time out to speak with, interact with little kids, which is what he's doing over here as well at the hotel in Germany. It is an important visit, and it kickstarts with the interaction. Not this one. This is a welcome by the Indian diaspora at the hotel in Munich. But he will be having an interaction later this afternoon with the Indian diaspora. It will be about evening here in India, but around 3 p.m. in Munich. So that's when he will be addressing the Indian diaspora. So that's going to be an important event. Again, we have seen the kind of conversations and engagements he's had in the past every time he goes abroad. And in similar fashion, this has become a very important part of the Indian foreign policy toolkit, the diplomatic
All right,
toolkit.
Geeta, we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. We're getting some breaking news coming in at the moment, cutting straight across to it. Breaking news coming in, counting underway at Sangrur Lok Sabha constituency. Akali Dal Amritsar's Maan leads by 2,061 votes. Maan leads over Aam Aadmi Party's Gurmel by 2,061 votes. Apt to face a popularity test now in Punjab. So you can see that how Akali Dal's Amritsar's Maan leads by 2,061 votes. Maan is leading over Aam Aadmi Party's Gurmel by 2,061 votes. Is a true test for the Aam Aadmi Party. So you can see that the Aam Aadmi Party currently not in the lead at the moment, but the counting is underway at the moment, so you never know what happens later. Sangrur Lok Sabha constituency counting has truly begun. It's a popularity test for the Aam Aadmi Party, especially after that vacuum sweep right there in Punjab in the last assembly polls, and this time around in the by-polls, what really happens on the back of all that is transpired in Punjab, including the Sidhu Moosewala murder, etc. We'll get you more details as we go along the way. We're getting more breaking news coming in. Counting of votes in Rampur, Azamgarh underway. SP's Asim Raza is leading with 767 votes in Rampur. Asim Raza, Samajwadi Party candidate from Rampur, has said, and I quote, "We are confident we are winning the election. The administration tried hard to stop our voters. They scared people away from booths. This is why the turnout was low. It may hamper the margin, but we will still win this election." So Asim Raza, very confident right there of winning this particular election. Counting of votes in Rampur, Azamgarh underway. Samajwadi Party's Asim Raza in the lead at the moment, 767 votes in Rampur.
कमीशन की गाइडलाइंस के अनुरूप पूरी प्रक्रिया चल रही है और जो भी 3 लेयर्ड सिक्योरिटी की कमीशन की गाइडलाइंस है उसके अनुरूप कार्रवाई की जा रही है। किसी भी प्रकार की कोई समस्या यहाँ नहीं है, बिल्कुल सुचारू रूप से मतगणना चल रही है। जो भी व्यक्ति अंदर जाएगा गेट पे जाने से पहले उसकी डीएफएमडी और एचएचएमडी के माध्यम से फ्रिस्किंग की जाएगी। बिना प्रॉपर सिक्योरिटी चेक किए हुए हम अंदर किसी को नहीं भेज सकते हैं। कुछ गेट को लेकर कंफ्यूजन था, उसको सॉर्ट आउट करा दिया गया है। अब किसी प्रकार की कोई समस्या नहीं है और आप देख रहे हैं सुचारू रूप से ये कार्रवाई चल रही है। मैं लोगों से ये अनुरोध करूंगा कि किसी भी प्रकार की अफवाह पे कोई भरोसा न करें। सीसीटीवी कवरेज में पूरा एरिया है, सारी प्रक्रिया सीसीटीवी कवरेज में है, तो किसी भी प्रकार से किसी अफवाह पे ध्यान न दें। शांतिपूर्ण तरीके।
Let's bring Samarth Srivastav on the story. Samarth, we spoke about Samajwadi Party's Asim Raza leading with 767 votes in Rampur, but you've got counting going on in Azamgarh as well. If you could just encapsulate all the latest developments.
See, at one hand, Asim Raza is leading in Rampur, while it's the different story happening in Azamgarh, which is also called the Garh of Samajwadi Party. Because here, the BJP's Nirawa, Akka Dinesh Lal Yadav, is leading with around 2,000 votes. And on number 2, it is Samajwadi Party's Dharmendra Yadav. So it's a tough fight going on between Dharmendra Yadav and Nirawa, while at times that particular BSP candidate is also coming on number 2. But Nirawa is leading so far since the counting is on from 8 a.m. in Azamgarh. But what I can show you, the visuals out here are tight security out here at the counting side. As you can see, the triple layer security of Uttar Pradesh police. And what are the visuals I'm trying to show you? This is the entry point, and this is one place where Samajwadi Party candidate Dharmendra Yadav had a scuffle with the cops of UP police. But after 15 minutes, things got better with SSP of Azamgarh coming in. While SSP, while speaking to India Today TV, said there was nothing like that and there was a confusion regarding the entry by the Samajwadi Party candidate. But Dharmendra Yadav has leveled allegations of EVM tampering also. So it's going to be happening because it is just the start of counting in Azamgarh, and politics seems to be happening around this particular city. Though the city is known for Mulayam Singh Yadav's name when it comes to Samajwadi Party, but it's going to be very crucial because it's not going to be a very easy task for Samajwadi Party to get through this time. In 2014, it was Mulayam Singh Yadav who was the MP from here, while in 2019, Akhilesh Yadav was the MP. Now, it's going to be very, very crucial. Will Dharmendra Yadav will continue the stronghold of Samajwadi Party in Azamgarh, or Nirawa or BJP will take away this particular thing, while the Buddu Jamali of BSP is also giving a tough fight out here. So it's going to be a tough fight, and you can see a nail-biter contest, at least in Azamgarh. If not,
it's absolutely a nail-biting contest, like you rightly mentioned. We'll continue tracking these developments. For now, I'm compelled to end the show. For now, it's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. But stay with us. In just moments from now, Preeti Chaudhary and I will be joining you with the top headlines and the latest political developments. Stay with us on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching.
Do you litter? Well, humans do have a habit of littering possibly everywhere, but here's something that will shock you. Human trash was found on Mars. Yes, we aren't kidding. NASA's Perseverance rover is on a mission to explore Mars planet, and while exploring, it found a piece of human trash. NASA shared images on Twitter where it can be clearly seen that a shiny litter is stuck between the rocks. It was indeed a surprise to find it in that region. So far, the Perseverance rover had no luck in finding life on Mars planet. But does finding this piece of trash really mean something? The rover actually stumbled on a piece of thermal blanket, which NASA thinks might have come from the rover's descent stage. The thermal blanket protects the rover from extreme temperatures. It is possible that the thermal blanket belongs to the rover's descent stage. But what NASA finds out is that the descent crashed 2 kilometers away from the location. So how did that piece of thermal blanket get there? The Perseverance team thought that it could have been blown away from the wind. NASA's Perseverance rover was sent to explore the red planet to find ancient signs of living. It landed on Mars in 2021 and since then has been collecting rocks, exploring the planet and sending back vital information to NASA.
You are watching
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Pancharghat Tire. Ab hawa nahi niklegi. Powered by NECC. Sunday ho ya Monday, roz khao ande.
You are watching India Today.
Warm welcome viewers. We're going to be tracking the by polls that are taking place in many cities across many states. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Political turmoil enters day 6 and emotional Shinde appeal to Shiv Sena says battle fought to save Shiv Sena from the Mahavikas Aghadi. Yuva Sena executives meet today. Top sources revealed to India Today on the secret meeting between Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra BJP Chief Fadnavis in Gujarat's Vadodara. Dead of the night, void of cameras, raising suspense. Counting of votes for Lok Sabha by polls in Azamgarh, Rampur and Sangrur and 4 states, 7 assembly seats kickstarts under multi-tier security cover. And Prime Minister Modi will hold meetings with over 12 world leaders during his visit to Germany for the G7 summit. Focus on global economy, post-COVID recovery and Ukraine crisis. All right, viewers. Prime Minister Modi has landed for Germany to attend the G7 summit. He got a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora after landing in Munich. Streets of Germany echoed with Modi, Modi and Bharat Mata Ki Jai. He will be holding meetings with over 12 world leaders during his visit to Germany and will have over 15 hectic engagements. During the meet, the G7 leaders are expected to focus on the Ukraine crisis that has triggered geopolitical turmoil besides fueling a global food and energy crisis. Official sources said Modi will have multiple bilateral meetings in addition to attending the G7, a group of the world's 7 richest nations, during his stay in Germany. He will be meeting members of the Indian diaspora from across Europe during his 2-day visit. Modi is attending the G7 summit following an invitation by the German Chancellor. The summit is being hosted by Germany in its capacity as the chair of G7. After attending the G7 meeting in Germany, the Prime Minister will be traveling to UAE on the June 28th.
So the Prime Minister is getting a rousing welcome right there in Germany. We're getting you those visuals as well. Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the G7 summit. And after attending the G7 summit, the Prime Minister is also going to be traveling to the UAE on 28th of June. He's there. Lots on the agenda of the Prime Minister. Geeta Mohan will be joining us in just moments from now to bring us up to speed with the latest on the Prime Minister's agenda at the G7 meeting. Multiple bilaterals been planned in Germany. It's going to be a rather crucial one as the Prime Minister is attending the G7 summit following an invitation by the German Chancellor. The summit is being hosted by Germany in its capacity as the chair of G7. Just look at the rousing welcome that the Prime Minister is getting by the Indian diaspora right there in Munich. He landed a little while back, visuals of which are on your screens. There is chanting going on for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, why don't we listen in to the rousing welcome that the Prime Minister has got in Germany. All right, Sanjay Rao's reaction coming in.
बीट शब्द लिहितोय तो का विचारा कोणाला
शिंदेगडमध्ये अस्वस्थता निर्माण झालेली आहे.
हे पहा की तुम्हाला इथे जेव्हा ते येतील तेव्हा कळेल नक्की बंडखोरी कुठे होणार आहे. अस्वस्थता हा शब्द खूप मोठे सौम्य आहे. बंडखोरात सुद्धा बंडखोरी होऊ शकते.
बार बार जो ये कहा जा रहा है उनकी तरफ से, हर एक विधायक जो आ रहे हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि एनसीपी जो है वो शिवसेना को धीरे धीरे खत्म करना चाहती है और हम ये नहीं होने देंगे, इसलिए हम बाहर आए.
थोड़े पागल लोग जिस नशा में है मुझे मालूम नहीं, उसको खाने में अफू चरस गांजा दे रहे क्या मुझे मालूम नहीं. हाँ, 2.5 साल से सत्ता में है, मंत्री बनकर बैठे हैं सब. हाँ, सब मलाईदार पोर्टफोलियो लेकर बैठे हैं. अब अचानक उनको साक्षात्कार हो गया क्या? चलिए
सर, कल की आपकी मीटिंग के बाद
शिवसेना ने लेटर लिखा है इलेक्शन कमीशन को.
सब कुछ होगा.
नाम ना यूज किया जाए.
सब कुछ होगा. नाम लेने की नौबत उन पर आ रही है बाला साहब ठाकरे और शिवसेना की. आप छोड़ गए हैं ना, तो अपने बाप का नाम दे दो. सभी ने जो जितने हैं अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो. हमारा जो पार्टी का बाप है उसका क्यों आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो? आपको तो 100 बाप है उधर. कोई दिल्ली में है, कोई नागपुर में है, कोई मुंबई में है. हमारा बाप सिर्फ बाला साहब ठाकरे है एक, और हम उनके प्रति हमारी निष्ठा और लॉयल्टी है. हम नहीं छोड़ेंगे. आप 10 बार बाप बदल रहे हो. कभी बड़ौदा में जाते हो, कभी सूरत में जाते हो, कभी गुवाहाटी में जाते हो, कभी दिल्ली में जाते हो. ये बाप बदलने की जो प्रोसेस है वो हमारे पार्टी में नहीं चलती.
अंतर्गत वादावाद असल्याचं समोर येत आहे. इलेक्शन कमिशनला की नाव यूज करू नये बाळासाहेब.
बरोबर आहे ना, बरोबर आहे. कशाला लोकांना गुंडाळ करताय? खरी शिवसेना, खोटी शिवसेना, जे बाहेर फुटले जाऊन गेले त्यांची शिवसेना असू शकत नाही.
Leftists cannot be called Shiv Senics. Shiv Sena is ours, is what he says.
राजीनामे द्या. मी नारायण राणेंना मानतो. त्यांच्याबरोबर जे लोक गेले ठीक आहे, त्यांचा गट लहान होता, त्यांनी राजीनामे दिले, ते निवडणुकीला सामोरे गेले. निवडणुकीला सामोरे जा. मध्य प्रदेशमध्ये ज्योतिराव शिंदे यांचे लोक फुटले 22. राजीनामा दिला, निवडणुकीत सामोरे गेले, जिंकून आले, त्यांनी सरकार बनवलं. तुमच्यामध्ये जर हिंमत असेल तर तुम्ही राजीनामे द्यायचे. किती असू द्या, 54च्या 54 असू द्या, राजीनामे द्यायचे आणि आपापल्या मतदारसंघात जाऊन निवडणुका लढवण्याची हिंमत दाखवा. हे माझं ओपन चॅलेंज आहे.
It's my open challenge. Come here and face us. We are the real Shiv Sena. What are you scared of?
शिवसेनेच्या हिंदुत्वाच्या. हा, इथं आसाममध्ये पूर आलाय. रेडिएशन हॉटेलच्या बाहेर एवढा पूर आलाय, इतना बाढ़ है रेडिएशन के बाहर भी.
There is floods going on in Assam, and there you're worried about breaking this government.
चल रही है सर.
And there you are sitting there and partying inside Radisson Blue Hotel.
क्या है, आपको सब जो वीडियो सामने आ रहे हैं ना, आप देख लीजिए क्या हो रहा है उधर.
सर, आप लोगों को भरोसा है अभी भी सरकार आप लोग बचा लेंगे?
डेफिनेटली ये सरकार है, वो सरकार रहेगी. इसीलिए तो मुंबई में आने की हिम्मत नहीं जुटा रहे ना वो लोग. अगर आपके पास 50 लोगों का गुट है, आपकी पार्टी है, आप पार्टी बनाई है, तो भाई आइए मुंबई में, हम स्वागत करने के लिए तैयार है. मैं खुद जाऊंगा एयरपोर्ट पर. अगर एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं तो हमें बताइए. हम बोलेंगे हाँ, एक शिवसैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया. उस वक्त भी नहीं बनाया था. 2019 में एक शिवसैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने को विरोध किया था बीजेपी ने और देवेंद्र जी ने. और आज भी वो ये 40 लोगों को गुलाम बनाकर रखना चाहते हैं. और बाला साहेब ठाकरे की शिवसेना, मराठी मानुष की शिवसेना खत्म करना चाहते हैं महाराष्ट्र से।
सर आपने गुवाहाटी में आना पड़ेगा, चौपाटी में
आइए, चौपाटी में गुवाहाटी में क्या है, चौपाटी में आइए ना, विधान भवन के सामने ही चौपाटी है, आइए चौपाटी में, यहाँ भी मजा करेंगे।
सर, अंतर्गत वादावाद जे आहे आमदारांचे ते समोर येते,
दरवाजे उघडेच आहे, उघडे ठेवले होते।
Our doors are open. Come back to Mumbai. Come back to Chapati.
आत्ता माझं 5 मिनिटापूर्वी काही आमदारांशी बोलणं, त्यांची इच्छा येण्याची, ज्यांनी इच्छा व्यक्त केली आहे त्यांच्यासाठी दरवाजे, खिडक्या, पट्टी सगळं काय उघड आहे आणि ते येतील, मला खात्री आहे।
अंतर्गत वादावाद असल्याचं देखील समोर येतं।
चंद्रकांत खैरेंना पण त्याचे फोन आलेले आहेत, तिकडे एकमेकावरती हल्ले झाले आणि कपडे फाडले तरी मला आश्चर्य वाटणार नाही, कारण जबरदस्तीने आमदारांना डांबून ठेवलंय, जबरदस्तीने डांबून ठेवलंय आमदार।
They've been taken under duress. They've not gone on their own will. He's talking about the MLAs in the Shinde camp.
त्या हॉटेलमध्ये मी माहिती घेतली मगाशी, 340 खोल्या आहेत, 18 माळ्याचं हॉटेल आहे, त्यातले 3 माळे यांच्याकडे आहेत। मी कालपासून त्यांना मेल पाठवते हॉटेलला की आम्हाला 40 रूम तिथे हवे, देत आहे का? आणि मी ती जे त्यांचे पर्यटन मंत्री आहेत आणि मुख्यमंत्री आहेत हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा, त्यांनाही माझा मेल गेला आहे की आपण म्हणत्या पर्यटनाला या गुवाहाटीमध्ये राजस्थान ब्लूमध्ये आम्हाला यायचं आहे, तिथे 340 रूम्स आहेत,
340 rooms in Radisson Blue Hotel, and why don't they let us go there?
अजून रिप्लाई येत नाहीये।
They've not responded to what I've asked.
किस तरह का मेल किया है? मैंने कहा है कि आपने निमंत्रण दिया है हमारे लोगों को, सबको, कि आप गुवाहाटी में आइए। मैं तो बहुत बार गया हूँ, उस होटल में रह चुका हूँ, बहुत अच्छा होटल है। किसी एमएलए ने कहा है कि क्या झाड़ी है, क्या 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 बोलते हैं, क्या होटल है, क्या पानी है, क्या पहाड़ है, फिर महाराष्ट्र में क्या स्मशान है क्या?
सर, आपने
महाराष्ट्र में स्मशान है।
आपने बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात कही कि 5 लोगों से आपकी बात हुई,
आप भी हो गई,
और उन लोगों को आना है, क्या कहेंगे सर?
आ जाएंगे, आने के बाद कूद कर आ जाएंगे। आप देखो, इसलिए तो गुवाहाटी नहीं छोड़ रहे, आप 30 तारीख तक बढ़ाया है वहाँ का उनका स्टे। क्यों? आप आइए ना, यार महाराष्ट्र है आपका, वहाँ भी झाड़ी है, फूल है, हाँ, निसर्ग है, पत्थर है, पानी है, तो महाराष्ट्र में क्या है? आप
क्या बोल रहे हैं कि उनको जबरदस्ती वहाँ पर रखा गया?
डेफिनेट छूटना है वहाँ से, इसलिए तो मैंने कहा कि हमें वहाँ 20 कमरे दीजिए, हम वहाँ रहना चाहते हैं, लोगों से बात करना चाहते हैं, तो हमें क्यों रोका रहा है?
वो भी अभी इस्तीफा दे रहा है। जिला कैडर जो है, जिला प्रमुख हो, उनको भी फोन करके धमकाया जा रहा है, किसी को बताया जा रहा है।
दे दीजिए, इतने भी आप धमकाइए, इशारे करिए, कुछ होगा नहीं। शिवसेना जो है बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी की, उद्धव ठाकरे जी की एक सुपर पावर है। किसी को लगता है कि महाशक्ति है कोई दिल्ली में, नहीं, ये शिवसेना महाशक्ति।
अभी भी सुपर पावर बची है क्या? जब 40 विधायक चले गए हैं,
जाना यायची इच्छा आणि जे आमच्याही संपर्कात आहे।
Oh, the MLAs are in touch with us. Don't worry about it. They're very much in touch with us.
Let's cut across to my colleague Dev Kota, who's joining us from Mumbai. All of this coming at the back of Devendra Fadnavis meeting Eknath Shinde. What came out of that? But the posturing in Mumbai has already begun. What is interesting is, and I will want to get in my colleague Dev. They have 2 big points that Sanjay Raut, who's been giving many sound bites through the course of the day, every day, has said today. Number 1, that he's in touch with 5 MLAs. Number 2, that they have requested to book 20 rooms inside that same hotel where these rebel MLAs are staying in Guwahati, and they've been denied the same. Dev, can you hear me? Dev, can you hear me?
Yes. Well, like you said, that Sanjay Raut has, Sanjay Raut has been making some really important points. This shows the kind of aggressive stand that the Shiv Sena wants to take to avoid any kind of further poaching. Also Sanjay Raut, speaking and displaying the emotion of the Shiv Sena, where they aggressively planned to take on the issue. Earlier, they were a bit reluctant and the mood was a bit somber, but now they have decided to fight it out and in a ruthless manner, also sort of avoid any kind of further poaching. However, the main target and priority continues to remain Eknath Shinde, of course, but Sanjay Raut mentioning not just in this press conference, but in other statements that have been issued to the press, also saying that please come back, we are willing to hold a discussion and talk with you. So of course it is going to be a long drawn legal and technical battle. He also took a jibe through his tweet saying that hiding is not going to serve any purpose, referring to the MLAs who moved first from Mumbai to Surat in Gujarat at the Le Méridien Hotel, and then later at the Radisson Blu they flew to Assam in Guwahati, which is where the rebel camp MLAs are believed to have been camped at the moment. Also we know that as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, in order to strengthen their image and a part of the damage control plan, senior functionaries have said that there will be several rallies and meetings that will be held in order to mobilize and gather support. So these are the kind of details that we have at this point in time.
Dave, stay with me. Let's cut across right now to my colleague Polumi Saha, who's joining us from Guwahati, right outside the resort where these MLAs are holed up. Polumi, from Mumbai, you have Sanjay Raut, who's said that we are in touch with those 5 who are holed up behind you. And also interesting, the Shiv Sena wants 20 rooms. The Uddhav faction wants 20 rooms in that resort in Guwahati, which they are being denied. Of course, that was just posturing. What are you picking up, Polumi, from the meeting between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde?
Well, Preeti, it was no surprise, that we learned, of course, through the course of the day that Eknath Shinde yesterday, that is, of course, that Eknath Shinde had, in fact, met with Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara 2 nights ago. And this was in the dead of the night when, obviously, they couldn't be tracked by the media. And they met at a prominent hotel, is what our colleague, of course, on the ground told us in the city of Vadodara. Remember that the Shinde camp is, of course, mounting this rebellion on the back of the BJP, of course, telling them that as far as this rebellion is concerned, they have the support in that sense, because obviously nobody can say that the BJP is not a stakeholder in this entire process as it's happening. But obviously the BJP has kept extremely silent about it, and the BJP has chosen, as they say, to adopt a wait and watch mode. But with this meeting, it becomes very apparent that it's more than just a wait and watch mode. The rebellion may have come from the inside, in the sense that they have been possibly frustrated with Uddhav Thackerays style of functioning, or as they claim, the NCP's interference in their party, as well as, of course, in governance as well, where basically they believe that their top leadership of the party was sidelining them in order to accommodate NCP and Congress and their party leaders and workers. But the fact is, now it's absolutely clear that there was some sort of backing from the Bharatiya Janata Party. At least they must have received some sort of mental, moral support, if you may, from the BJP to mount this rebellion. So as far as what transpired in that meeting is concerned, we don't know how this is going to proceed forward. But initially, we were, of course, told by our sources within the camp as well that the idea is to, of course, bring in the numbers, have 2/3 majority, and then, of course, with the BJP, go ahead and, in fact, present those numbers to the governor and compel the governor to call for a trust vote in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, where the Uddhav Thackeray led MVK's Aghadi government will have to, in fact, prove its strength on the floor of the House. And in that case, it might fail, which is what they anticipate, because they have the numbers. And that would then clear the way for them to go ahead with the BJP, which has been their stated intention, as to go back to the BJP fold, go back to the NDA fold, and ally with the BJP as opposed to NCP and Congress. Preeti.
We're going to keep coming back to Polumi. Do stay on with us, but it's turning out to be a Maha political thriller of sorts, especially on this Sunday, a Maha Sunday political thriller, which is building up for the last 4-5 days. The Shinde Sena to organize rallies in Maharashtra. Shinde's camp key huddle at 12 noon. Sena's youth wing to hold national executive meet. Shinde supporters to gather outside Thane residence. It's interesting, and I want to bring in back our reporters into this conversation. Now, there is clearly an attempt, Polumi, because there is a threat which has been, in not so many words, issued by the likes of Sanjay Raut, that they should come in and face the people. So instead of coming in, there seems to be a thrust for a show of strength and support in Maharashtra itself. Most of these, you are from Maharashtra, you've been covering the politics there as well. Most of these protests which are planned by Eknath Shinde will be limited to Thane and Kalyan. All right, we're going to try and cut across to my colleague Polumi, but that's the latest that is coming in. The Shinde Sena, without being in Maharashtra, Mumbai, has decided to hold various protests in Maharashtra, basically to bolster support and perception that the real Shiv Sena is the Shinde Sena. Because viewers, there's a lot of posturing, a lot of rhetoric that is going on right now. Meanwhile, viewers, while by-polls are going on in important constituencies in UP, Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh's chopper, has made an emergency landing in Varanasi after a bird hit. The Chief Minister is fine, everything is well, but this emergency landing was made in Varanasi by Yogi Adityanath's chopper. This happened on a bird hit. Yogi Adityanath is touring areas, especially at a time when key constituencies like Rampur, Azamgarh are going in for elections. As we speak, what's interesting is that Azamgarh, which has been seen as the backyard of Samajwadi Party, is now being led in terms of by-polls. At least the leads seem to suggest it's Nirawa from the Bharatiya Janata Party that is leading in Azamgarh. But in midst of all of this, viewers, what we are getting in is that Yogi Adityanath's chopper was forced to make an emergency landing, and this after a bird hit was reported. The Chief Minister, everyone is well. No untoward incident happened. It was all avoided.
All right, so emergency landing being made right there. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, all fine at the moment, but Yogi Adityanath's chopper has made an emergency landing in Varanasi. Initial information just trickling in. It was a bird hit, so he's fine. The landing was made in time. It was Yogi Adityanath's chopper that has made an emergency landing. This was a bird hit. That's what we know at the moment. Yogi Adityanath is fine for the moment, but we'll get more information on what really happened over there, or if there is something more than just a bird hit right there. Yogi Adityanath's chopper making an emergency landing in Varanasi after a bird hit. We'll get our reporters patched on the story, get you all the top developments. The Chief Minister was leaving. Well, what information is just coming in that he was leaving for Lucknow from police line in Varanasi by chopper. But the chopper has made an emergency landing in Varanasi in time. Our reporters will be joining you in just moments from now on this big story we're tracking. Breaking news this Sunday morning on Yogi Adityanath's chopper making an emergency landing in Varanasi after a bird hit. Samarth Srivastav now joining us for the latest. Samarth, what we're picking up at the moment is that there is an emergency landing of Yogi Adityanath's chopper. It's a bird hit. How is Yogi Adityanath doing, and is he safe and sound?
See, he's completely fine. He had to leave for Lucknow, because he had a schedule done in Varanasi. But what we got to know, a bird hit the particular chopper, which we saw, and after which the officials present there took a decision and in a way requested PM Yogi Adityanath to return back, and after that a state plane will be coming from Lucknow, because PM is completely fine, because to avoid any such big incident happening because a bird got hit in that particular chopper from which CM Yogi was about to leave from Varanasi to Lucknow. So in a way to stop any hindrance in the flight, so fast. That's why the officers took a call and requested the CM of Uttar Pradesh to return back to the circuit house, after which Chief Minister returned back.
Samad, there's news also coming in right now. It's just trickling in that the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will now go to Lucknow by state plane, and the administration is making preparations for it. What are we picking up on that front?
Well, exactly. State plane will come from Lucknow, from which CM Yogi Adityanath will leave for Lucknow, because Varanasi, he was here yesterday for the preparations regarding Prime Minister Narendra Modi's arrival, and because now it was the time for him to return back to Lucknow, but due to the hindrance after which a bird got hit to the chopper of CM Yogi Adityanath, that particular chopper was landed again in the police lines of Varanasi, and CM Yogi, who was all set to leave for Lucknow, was requested to return back to the circuit house where he was staying in Varanasi.
Okay.
Now they are waiting for the state plane to come. Yeah.
Okay, absolutely, Samad. So the good news here is that the Chief Minister is safe and sound, and it was a bird hit, and there was an emergency landing made in the nick of time. Thank you, Samad, for joining us with the very latest developments on this story. All right, we're slipping into a very short commercial break, but our rolling coverage continues on the other side of the short commercial break. Preeti and I will be joining you with all the very latest developments related to Maharashtra and much, much more. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Uday and Mukherjee.
Do you want to hear dead people? Well, you might in the near future through Alexa. Amazon is all set to go a notch higher in the tech world with the introduction of its latest feature of Alexa. During Amazon's Global Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Conference, Alexa AI gave an unusual demo by mimicking the voice of a dead relative to a child. Yes, you heard it right. Through the use of artificial intelligence and recent advancements in text-to-speech technology, Alexa will be able to mimic someone's voice using less than a minute of recording. The AI may not eliminate the loss of your loved ones, but it can definitely make their memories last longer. While this may be comforting for some people grieving, a lot of netizens are feeling uneasy about the whole idea, especially Twitterati is quite apprehensive and using hashtags like creepy and morbid for this new Alexa feature.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us on India Today. Time now to see all the latest updates related to the Maharashtra political crisis. Let's bring you all the top developments, beginning with development number 1. The rebel Shinde camp has extended its stay in Assam's Guwahati, and the Shiv Sena group has extended its hotel booking by 2 days. They will now be putting up in Guwahati till 30th of June, and this is a very interesting development because they have extended their stay and unwilling to now to come to Maharashtra immediately. This shows how the Shinde camp is in a huddle at this point. Sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and BJP's Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara last night. This is in Gujarat, to discuss possible government formation in Maharashtra. That's the top development number 2. And according to sources, Shinde came to Vadodara on a special flight from Guwahati last night. Let's bring you the top development number 3 to give you perspective on what's going on in Maharashtra. According to sources, Eknath Shinde will be holding a very crucial meeting with his rebel MLAs. This is going to happen in an hour and a half from now. It's 10:30 by the watch. 12 noon is when this meeting is going to take place. The meeting is going to be over the disqualification notice. This is disqualification notice sent out to 16 MLAs in the Shinde Sena camp. Shinde has sought a legal opinion now on this disqualification notice. Let's bring you the next top development on the Maharashtra political turmoil on your screens right now. After the National Executive Committee meeting, Shiv Sena has called for a meeting of its youth wing, that is the Yuva Sena National Executives, at the Shiv Sena Bhavan at 5:30 p.m. this evening. All the office bearers have been asked to attend this meeting. The fifth top development, Eknath Shinde made an emotional speech to Shiv Senics. He said Shiv Sena workers must understand that he wants to free the party from the clutches of MVA government. And when he says that, he particularly means the Congress and the NCP. And the battle is now for the betterment of party workers, according to Eknath Shinde. The Maharashtra political drama has entered day 6 of the turmoil. Both Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are currently defiant. Amidst this political crisis, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut launched an all-out attack on Eknath Shinde. He also dared him to come to Mumbai. While attacking Shinde and the rebel MLAs, Raut said, make a party after your party's name, go seek votes after your father's name. This is coming in after rebel Shinde reached out to Shiv Sena workers too. In an outreach, Shinde said that he is fighting for Bala Saheb's Hindutva and that he wants to free Shiv Sena of the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Meanwhile, the Shinde camp has extended their stay in Guwahati for 2 more days, as we already mentioned, and that is more trouble brewing for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, or probably trouble for Shinde camp, given the fact that they could have come back, but they are not. So this questions arising on whether they are confident or not, given the fact that they have extended their stay in Guwahati. The Shinde camp is also going to be holding key meetings shortly. This is going to be over the crucial disqualification notice that has been issued against them by the Deputy Speaker. Listen into some reactions coming in at this point of time.
भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। जैसे कल उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आपने जो लोग बाहर गए हैं वो शिवसेना नाम का इस्तेमाल न करें और अपना बाप का नाम का इस्तेमाल करो और वोट मांगे। आप बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का फोटो लगाएंगे, हम बाला साहब के भक्त है बोलेंगे। बाला साहब ठाकरे के भक्त इस तरह से पीठ में खंजर नहीं खुपसते। जो होना है होने दो, जो करना है करने दो। मुंबई में तो आना पड़ेगा ना, वहाँ बैठ कर के हमको सलाह और मार्गदर्शन कर रहे। शिवसैनिक जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों शिवसैनिक हमारे एक इशारा का इंतजार है बस।
Sanjay Raut there daring the rebel MLAs to come into Mumbai, where he says Mumbai mein to aana padega na, jab aayenge tab dekhenge. But what's interesting is, viewers, what's happening right now in Guwahati, in the Eknath Shinde camp, because they've decided to extend their stay in Guwahati. They are not coming to Mumbai or Maharashtra, but now to posture that this is the real Shiv Sena, which is the Eknath faction. They want to now move ahead with a show of strength of Shiv Senics in Maharashtra, even though the Eknath Shinde faction is sitting all the way in Guwahati. Multiple protests against the Uddhav faction by supporters of Eknath Shinde are being planned right now in the state of Maharashtra. This would be limited to the areas around and in Thane, because Eknath Shinde has massive support where Thane is concerned. Thane is a highly influential area in terms of politics of this NCR, the bordering regions of Mumbai. On the other hand, Kalyan will be the other area where these protests will be planned and executed successfully, because Eknath Shinde's son is the MP from Kalyan. In the midst of all of this, you have the Shiv Sena, which is going to be holding their national executive today. They've dug in their heels and resorting now, after a fair amount of appeals, to the old form of muscular Shiv Sena politics, daring Eknath Shinde and his camp to come to Mumbai and face the repercussions.
The Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena tussle has turned ugly. Violence has broken out as angry Shiv Sena workers have taken to the streets. Angry Senics vandalized rebel MLAs' offices. They even ended up burning effigies. Take a look at this full report coming in.
Violence, vandalism, arson, and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Senics, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Senics are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office, was vandalized by Shiv Senics in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Senics were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे. ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है, जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए.
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Senics vandalized hoardings of rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है. लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है. लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में हैं, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए. लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राय है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं। यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है। आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो। तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए। मैंने क्या कहा कल कि आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है। मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है। वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो। ये दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है? आप घर में आइए।
Union Minister Ramdas Athawale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है।
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the war path, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, viewers, Eknath Shinde camp has sought now 7 days to respond to summons. The Shinde camp will ask for more time as per our right. That's the word coming in from Guwahati. Shinde has sought legal advice over disqualification of MLAs. 16 of his MLAs have been disqualified by the Deputy Speaker, which comes from the NCP. The Shinde's camp key huddle at 12 noon. Now, Shinde supporters to gather outside Thane residence, his own residence in Thane, Shinde Sena to organize rallies in Maharashtra. So there is pressure that is going to be put by Eknath Shinde from his core areas of strength, which lie in Thane, in Kalyan, and this pressure mounted here by his supporters there to show that the real Shiv Sena is his now, that he not just has the party MLAs in terms of sheer girth of strength, but he also has the flag-bearing cadre who is going to protest in his favor, who is going to go to these rallies in his favor. So a lot of posturing, viewers, going on, muscle flexing, political muscle flexing, going on from both ends, because you just heard Sanjay Raut, who went ahead and said that they will have to come back and face the people, especially the cadre. It remains to be seen, because at least till now, Sanjay Raut, the Uddhav camp, maintains that the cadre of the Shiv Sena, the flag-bearing man and woman who's been campaigning on the streets of the Shiv Sena, still is loyal and holds his allegiance or her allegiance to Uddhav Thackeray and not Eknath Shinde. But on the other front, there's legal trouble mounting for the Eknath Shinde faction, and that's come over the disqualification of its 16 MLAs, those considered closest to Eknath Shinde, which includes him, the disqualification of them by the Deputy Speaker. Now, summons have been issued. As per what Eknath Shinde says, it is his right, and he has sought a 7-day time to respond to those summons. In midst of all of this, Eknath Shinde went and met Devendra Fadnavis to get in a larger, in terms of possibly morale boosting, where he is concerned, where his men are concerned. What remains to be seen is now the BJP, after the meeting with Eknath Shinde, going to take a larger role in this political turmoil that has plunged the state of Maharashtra in. So, is the BJP now going to come out and take a larger role in all of this? Will they now, instead of just being in the background, possibly come out and make a public expression or show a public expression of support to the Eknath Shinde faction? It remains to be seen, but the way things have ensued, especially with the meeting between Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, it seems to suggest that's the way things are going. On the other hand, Eknath Shinde has sought for more time. He says it's his legal right. So in that context, viewers, this seems to be going in for a long haul in terms of it's not going to get sorted anytime soon, because if he has sought for more time with what we are seeing, I want to cut across right now to my colleague Dev Kotak, who's joining us live with the latest details coming in. Dev, in the light of the disqualification, Eknath Shinde has now sought more time. He wants 7 days as per protocol to respond to the summons that have been sent to him. But at the back of that, now there seems to be massive amounts of posturing in the state of Maharashtra. If the Uddhav faction says, you come to Maharashtra, come to Mumbai and we'll show you, they need to come and face the people. Eknath Shinde saying that the people lie with him. There will be protests against Uddhav Thackeray. There will be rallies which will take place. Interesting, because now even the cadre has come into question. Are we going to see most of these protests take place in Thane, in Kalyan?
Yes, essentially because that happens to be the stronghold of Eknath Shinde, who is leading the rebel faction of MLAs who are currently staying in Guwahati. Also, what we're given to understand, the fact is that because of the kind of prohibitory orders and Section 144 in the state of Maharashtra, and especially those adjoining areas of Kalyan and Thane, which happened to be Eknath Shinde's base come stronghold, but the police have maintained a vigil and a sort of high alert to prevent any kind of untoward incidents or even gathering by protesters, because currently no sloganeering or no pasting of posters that promote negativity or sort of go against any leaders in any way, given the kind of political situation that exists. So of course we might just see a massive display of strength where supporters will gather and take part in various slogans. But however, if we are expecting protests as such, it wouldn't be the right thing to say at this point in time, because like I mentioned, that Section 144 is in full effect and force. So the cops are going to maintain a very tight vigil, not allowing any kind of such activities that may prompt them to take action or even remotely sort of go against the kind of prevailing situation in the state of Maharashtra, especially given the kind of delicate political situation that exists at this point in time. So these are the kind of details that we have. Of course, also the police had said no carrying of sticks, stones or any kind of weapons is allowed, no pasting of posters or sloganeering, no anti comments that sort of destabilize the morale of the leaders in any way. So these are the kind of measures that have been put into place and are in full effect at this point in time. So even if we see protests or gathering of people in Kalyan, Thane and the adjoining areas, it is going to be highly subdued and will take place in an extremely mild form and manner.
Interesting, because Section 144 is at play, and viewers, as we see it earlier on, would this have been an eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation where the flag-bearing cadre of the Shiv Sena is concerned, because there is this Uddhav camp and there is this Eknath Shinde camp, and both of them believe that the Shiv Sena, the original Shiv Sena, Bal Thackeray Shiv Sena, lies with them. I want to cut across also to Ritvik Bhalekar, who's joining us from Mumbai. Ritvik, the national executive of the Shiv Sena has been called right after 12 noon, where Eknath Shinde is going to get into a huddle in Guwahati. But as of now, Eknath Shinde, with the summons that have gone to him regarding the 16 MLAs being suspended, he's asked for 7 more days as well. Now, what are you getting in from the Shiv Sena camp, which is the Uddhav faction, where the national executive is concerned?
After Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly has issued notice to all the 16 MLAs, and they have been called by the Deputy Speaker to put forward what their version is, and they have been called by 5:30 p.m. On Monday. So what Shiv Sena is trying to do, they are trying to prolong the whole procedure and take more time. They want to make the MLAs, the rebel MLAs who are in Shinde camp, who are staying in Radisson Hotel, they want to disturb them. They are also claiming that nearly 15 to 20 rebel MLAs are still in touch with us. They are calling us and they are saying that they were not aware that they need to join any other party. They need to show the merger. They've been told while going to Guwahati that they will form a new group, and that too they will be intact in Shiv Sena. The party was going to be hijacked. That was the plan which Eknath Shinde told them. But now what we are learning from Shiv Sena's camp, that they are trying to make it a long legal battle, and they are trying to buy some more time so that the things fall in place, and if they could try and convince more and more MLAs to come back. And that's what we saw when Sanjay Raut, who just spoke to media, he said that he challenges every MLA to come in Mumbai, talk to them, and he also challenged them that they should resign. They should resign from their constituency, and and he has also dared them that try and re-elect what Narayan Rane did when he did that rebellion. All the MLAs resigned from party, and they came forward and they was again trying to re-elect. But this is not the situation now, and many of the MLAs, 3 of them were ministers, what Sanjay Raut claims, are trying to come back to Mumbai, and that's what they're trying to do right now.
All right, Ritvik, stay on with me. I want to bring in my colleague Polumi Saha into this conversation as well. Polumi joins us from Guwahati. You know, Polumi, there was an attempt to possibly posture in Maharashtra the Eknath Shinde faction that, okay, the flag-bearing cadre is with us, we will hold protests, we will hold rallies in Kalyan, in Thane area, but there's Section 144, so that might not really go down. But what can we expect right now? There's a key huddle at 12 noon by the Eknath Shinde faction. What can be expected? Because the Shiv Sena Uddhav faction would have us believe that most of these MLAs, when they were taken to Guwahati, were told that, listen, it's a coup where we are going to take over the Shiv Sena. But that right now, at least in the near present future, doesn't seem possible.
Well, Preeti, just to give you an overview of the situation, there are 2 or 3 different things that are happening at the same time, and they are, of course, planning their next course of action as per these 2 or 3 different things. So, on the first aspect of a meeting specifically at 12 noon, they're meeting all the time. They're constantly in huddles. There's no one specific time. They have some top leaders over there, some senior leaders, some close confidants of Eknath Shinde that are constantly in huddles right now, seeking legal advice as to their next course of action. We just spoke to one of those senior leaders inside the rebel camp, and what we've learned is, 1, they're going to seek more time to respond to the summons which has been issued by the Deputy Speaker's office to 16 rebel MLAs yesterday. That notice came yesterday. They have only 48 hours to respond to it, which is Monday, the 5:30 p.m. They said that as per our right, we need at least 7 days time, and that's protocol. We should be given 7 days the time, and that is what we're going to seek to, in fact, file that response. And after that, at the appropriate time, based on what the response is from the Deputy Speaker's office, we will file our response. Secondly, what they're going to do is, on the decision of the Deputy Speaker to remove Eknath Shinde as the leader of the Legislative Party on the request of the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, they're going to move court. It could be as early as tomorrow itself, but they're already seeking legal advice on the same, and they're definitely going to challenge that decision in court, because their contention is that we have 2/3 of the MLAs of the Legislative Party over here with us at the Radisson Hotel. So we decide who's the leader of the Legislative Party. How can a minority group, which is smaller in number than us, decide who is the leader of the 55-strong Legislative Party of the Shiv Sena? That is what they say. Also, what we're learning is that because of the Shiv Senics from the Uddhav Thackeray-led camp who are out on the streets of Maharashtra right now, vandalizing some of the rebel MLAs' properties, sloganeering, chanting slogans in favor of Uddhav Thackeray and creating an environment, the Eknath Shinde supporters are going to take to the streets as well. They are going to, hit the streets running from Monday onwards. So they'll be out on the streets as well in order to raise the pitch as far as Eknath Shinde's game plan is concerned. Also, very interestingly, what has happened is, and this could take this entire saga to the next level, is that Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari has just been discharged from hospital. He was at Reliance Hospital in Mumbai recovering from COVID-19. He's back, he's well, and he is back in his office. So this could mean that the Shinde camp could possibly approach the governor as well to prove their numbers. That is the likelihood. Again, we're seeking a confirmation on it, but we're being told that that could be in another direction. They could be moving in on. So these are the various different fronts: the legal front, the battle on the streets, and then of course the governor house. Preeti.
Well, ultimately it's going to come down to a floor test. How much this battle is prolonged, whether it be on the streets or legally. It would be fought on the floor of the State Assembly, where a floor test is concerned, and that is what Polony said. What could take what we are seeing to the next level is the fact that the governor of Maharashtra is now no longer in hospital. Mr. Koshyari is all right. He was admitted to the hospital with COVID. He's now being discharged, and all eyes on the governor of Maharashtra. Will the Shinde camp approach him and say, we have the numbers? Then what is the big question? A quick break. Do stay with us. Continuous coverage. We get you the ringside view of the vantage position as this political thriller unfolds this Sunday afternoon. Up next is my colleague Shiv.
You are watching India Today.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel. On demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Facial recognition is a biometric technology used to authenticate or identify an individual from a photograph or a facial image. The technique makes it possible to authenticate identity, to check that an individual is who he or she claims to be. The image is compared to an existing image in a database. A person can also be identified in a group, place, image or database. From a still or from video, software generates an image based on the face's unique traits, the base of the ears, the distance between the two pupils, the shape of the nose, eyebrows and mouth, and the even skin grain. Hair and clothes are not taken into account. The next step is to compare the face print with images in the database. To reduce the margin of error, the quality of the image must be good. The face must be well lit, full face at a correct distance from the lens. Originally used to fight crime, facial recognition now has more mundane uses such as accessing bank accounts and social media platforms. But there are worries it could also present a threat to privacy and individual liberties. The technology also raises questions about the use of databases.
can't ban assault weapons, as we should, we must at least raise the age to be able to purchase one to 21.
For the first time in 28 years, US Senate passed a gun violence bill. This historic move comes right after the US saw raging incidents of gun violence. The measure would toughen background checks for youngest gun buyers and keep firearms away from more domestic violence offenders. The bipartisan bill was easily approved by the Senate given the frequency of gun violence in the US. The measure would toughen background checks for the youngest gun buyers. $15 billion in federal funding for mental health programs and school security upgrades, and implement red flag laws to remove firearms from people considered a threat. People convicted of domestic abuse who are current or former romantic partners of the victim would be prohibited from acquiring firearms. For years, a robust gun control law was thwarted. Now, it's a significant
You are watching India Today.
And we're continuing with our non-stop relentless coverage of the unfolding drama between Mumbai and Guwahati. Endgame Uddhav is being protracted with a huge number of political movements between Vadodara, Mumbai and Guwahati. And now the very latest is that Eknath Shinde, the rebel band leader of the Shiv Sena, who has been camping for the last days in Guwahati, has sought 7 days to respond to the summons. We'll come right back to that. Prime Minister Modi's Mann Ki Baat has just begun. Let's listen while the Prime Minister is
बहुत से संदेश मिले हैं। मैं इसके लिए आपका बहुत आभारी हूं। इस कार्यक्रम में हम सभी की कोशिश रहती है कि एक दूसरे के प्रेरणादायी प्रयासों की चर्चा करें, जन आंदोलन से परिवर्तन की गाथा पूरे देश को बताएं। इसी कड़ी में मैं आज आपसे देश के एक ऐसे जन आंदोलन की चर्चा करना चाहता हूं जिसका देश के हर नागरिक के जीवन में बहुत महत्व है। लेकिन उससे पहले मैं आज की पीढ़ी के नौजवानों से, 24-25 साल के युवाओं से एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं, और सवाल बहुत गंभीर है, और मेरे सवाल पर जरूर सोचिए। क्या आपको पता है कि आपके माता पिता जब आपकी उम्र के थे तो एक बार उनसे जीवन का भी अधिकार छीन लिया गया था? आप सोच रहे होंगे कि ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है, ये तो असंभव है। लेकिन मेरे नौजवान साथियों, हमारे देश में एक बार ऐसा हुआ था। ये बरसों पहले 1975 की बात है। जून का वही समय था जब इमरजेंसी लगाई गई थी, आपातकाल लागू किया गया था। उसमें देश के नागरिकों से सारे अधिकार छीन लिए गए थे। उसमें से एक अधिकार संविधान के आर्टिकल 21 के तहत सभी भारतीयों को मिला, राइट टू लाइफ एंड पर्सनल लिबर्टी भी था। उस समय भारत के लोकतंत्र को कुचल देने का प्रयास किया गया था। देश की अदालतें, हर संवैधानिक संस्था, प्रेस, सब पर नियंत्रण लगा दिया गया था। सेंसरशिप की ये हालत थी कि बिना स्वीकृति कुछ भी छापा नहीं जा सकता था। मुझे याद है, तब मशहूर गायक किशोर कुमार जी ने सरकार की वाहवाही करने से इनकार किया तो उन पर बैन लगा दिया गया, रेडियो पर से उनकी एंट्री ही हटा दी गई। लेकिन बहुत कोशिशों, हजारों गिरफ्तारियों और लाखों लोगों पर अत्याचार के बाद भी भारत के लोगों का लोकतंत्र से विश्वास डिगा नहीं, रत्ती भर नहीं डिगा। भारत के हम लोगों में सदियों से जो लोकतंत्र के संस्कार चले आ रहे हैं, जो लोकतांत्रिक भावना हमारी रग रग में है, आखिरकार जीत उसी की हुई। भारत के लोगों ने लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से ही इमरजेंसी को हटाकर वापस लोकतंत्र की स्थापना की। तानाशाही की मानसिकता को, तानाशाही वृत्ति प्रवृत्ति को लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से पराजित करने का ऐसा उदाहरण पूरी दुनिया में मिलना मुश्किल है। इमरजेंसी के दौरान देशवासियों के संघर्ष का गवाह रहने का, साझेदार रहने का सौभाग्य मुझे भी मिला था, लोकतंत्र के एक सैनिक के रूप में। आज जब देश अपनी आजादी के 75 वर्ष का पर्व मना रहा है, अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है, तो आपातकाल के उस भयावह दौर को भी हमें कभी भी भूलना नहीं चाहिए, आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी भूलना नहीं चाहिए। अमृत महोत्सव सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी से मुक्ति की विजय गाथा ही नहीं, बल्कि आजादी के बाद के 75 वर्षों की यात्रा भी समेटे हुए हैं। इतिहास के हर अहम पड़ाव से सीखते हुए ही हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम में से शायद ही कोई ऐसा हो जिसने अपने जीवन में आकाश से जुड़ी कल्पनाएं न की हो। बचपन में हर किसी को आकाश के चांद, तारे, उनकी कहानियां आकर्षित करती हैं। युवाओं के लिए आकाश छूना सपनों को साकार करने का पर्याय होता है। आज हमारा भारत जब इतने सारे क्षेत्रों में सफलता का आकाश छू रहा है, तो आकाश या अंतरिक्ष इससे अछूता कैसे रह सकता है। बीते कुछ समय में हमारे देश में स्पेस सेक्टर से जुड़े कई बड़े काम हुए हैं। देश की इन्हीं उपलब्धियों में से एक है इन स्पेस नाम की एजेंसी का निर्माण। एक ऐसी एजेंसी जो स्पेस सेक्टर में भारत के प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए नए अवसरों को प्रमोट कर रही है। इस शुरुआत ने हमारे देश के युवाओं को विशेष रूप से आकर्षित किया है। मुझे बहुत से नौजवानों के इससे जुड़े संदेश भी मिले हैं। कुछ दिन पहले जब मैं इन स्पेस के हेडक्वार्टर के लोकार्पण के लिए गया था, तो मैंने कई युवा स्टार्टअप्स के आइडियाज और उत्साह को देखा। मैंने उनसे काफी देर तक बातचीत भी की। आप भी जब इनके बारे में जानेंगे तो हैरान हुए बिना नहीं रह पाएंगे। जैसे कि स्पेस स्टार्टअप्स की संख्या और स्पीड को ही ले लीजिए। आज से कुछ साल पहले तक हमारे देश में स्पेस सेक्टर में स्टार्टअप के बारे में कोई सोचता तक नहीं था। आज इनकी संख्या 100 से भी ज्यादा है। ये सभी स्टार्टअप्स ऐसे ऐसे आइडिया पर काम कर रहे हैं जिनके बारे में पहले या तो सोचा ही नहीं जाता था या फिर प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए असंभव माना जाता था। उदाहरण के लिए चेन्नई और हैदराबाद के 2 स्टार्टअप्स हैं, अग्निकुल और स्काई रूट। ये स्टार्टअप ऐसे लॉन्च व्हीकल विकसित कर रही हैं जो अंतरिक्ष में छोटे पेलोड्स लेकर जाएंगे। इससे स्पेस लॉन्चिंग की कीमत बहुत कम होने का अनुमान है। ऐसे ही हैदराबाद का एक और स्टार्टअप थ्रू स्पेस सैटेलाइट डिप्लॉयर और सैटेलाइट के लिए हाई टेक्नोलॉजी सोलर पैनल्स पर काम कर रहा है। मैं एक और स्पेस स्टार्टअप दिगंतरा के तनवीर अहमद से भी मिला था, जो स्पेस के कचरे को मैप करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। मैंने उन्हें एक चैलेंज भी दिया है कि वो ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी पर काम करें जिससे स्पेस के कचरे का समाधान निकाला जा सके। दिगंतरा और ध्रुव स्पेस दोनों ही 30 जून को इसरो के लॉन्च व्हीकल से अपना पहला लॉन्च करने जा रहे हैं। इसी तरह बेंगलुरु के एक स्पेस स्टार्टअप एस्ट्रोम की फाउंडर नेहा भी एक कमाल के आइडिया पर काम कर रही है। ये स्टार्टअप ऐसे फ्लैट एंटीना बना रहा है जो न केवल छोटे होंगे बल्कि उनकी कॉस्ट भी काफी कम होगी। इस टेक्नोलॉजी की डिमांड पूरी दुनिया में हो सकती है। साथियों, इन स्पेस के कार्यक्रम में मैं महसाना की स्कूल स्टूडेंट बेटी तन्वी पटेल से भी मिला था। वो एक बहुत ही छोटी सैटेलाइट पर काम कर रही है जो अगले कुछ महीनों में स्पेस में लॉन्च होने जा रही है। तन्वी ने मुझे गुजराती में बड़ी सरलता से अपने काम के बारे में बताया था। तन्वी की तरह ही देश के करीब 750 स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स अमृत महोत्सव में ऐसे ही 75 सैटेलाइट पर काम कर रहे हैं। और भी खुशी की बात है कि इनमें से ज्यादातर स्टूडेंट्स देश के छोटे शहरों से हैं। साथियों, ये वही युवा हैं जिनके मन में आज से कुछ साल पहले स्पेस सेक्टर की छवि किसी सीक्रेट मिशन जैसी होती थी, लेकिन देश ने स्पेस रिफॉर्म्स किए और वही युवा अब अपनी सैटेलाइट लॉन्च कर रहे हैं। जब देश का युवा आकाश छूने को तैयार है तो फिर हमारा देश कैसे पीछे रह सकता है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में अब एक ऐसे विषय की बात जिसे सुनकर आपका मन प्रफुल्लित भी होगा और आपको प्रेरणा भी मिलेगी। बीते दिनों हमारे ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल विजेता नीरज चोपड़ा फिर से सुर्खियों में छाए रहे। ओलंपिक के बाद भी वो एक के बाद एक सफलता के नए नए कीर्तिमान स्थापित कर रहे हैं। फिनलैंड में नीरज ने पावो नुर्मी गेम्स में सिल्वर जीता। यही नहीं, उन्होंने अपने ही जेवलिन थ्रो के रिकॉर्ड को भी तोड़ दिया। कोर्टोन गेम्स में नीरज ने एक बार फिर गोल्ड जीतकर देश का गौरव बढ़ाया। ये गोल्ड उन्होंने ऐसे हालातों में जीता जब वहां का मौसम भी बहुत खराब था। यही हौसला आज के युवा की पहचान है। स्टार्टअप से लेकर स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड तक भारत के युवा नए नए रिकॉर्ड बना रहे हैं। अभी हाल में ही आयोजित हुए खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स में भी हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने कई रिकॉर्ड बनाए। आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि इन खेलों में कुल 12 रिकॉर्ड टूटे हैं। इतना ही नहीं, 11 रिकॉर्ड्स महिला खिलाड़ियों के नाम दर्ज हुए हैं। मणिपुर की एम मार्टिना देवी ने वेट लिफ्टिंग में 8 रिकॉर्ड्स बनाए हैं। इसी तरह संजना, सोनाक्षी और भावना ने भी अलग अलग रिकॉर्ड्स बनाए हैं। अपनी मेहनत से इन खिलाड़ियों ने बता दिया है कि आने वाले समय में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय खेलों में भारत की साख कितनी बढ़ने वाली है। मैं इन सभी खिलाड़ियों को बधाई भी देता हूं और भविष्य के लिए शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। साथियों, खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स की एक और खास बात रही है। इस बार भी कई ऐसी प्रतिभाएं उभर कर सामने आई हैं जो बहुत साधारण परिवारों से हैं। इन खिलाड़ियों ने अपने जीवन में काफी संघर्ष किया और सफलता के इस मुकाम तक पहुंचे हैं। इनकी सफलता में इनके परिवार और माता पिता की भी बड़ी भूमिका है। 70 किलोमीटर साइकिलिंग में गोल्ड जीतने वाले श्रीनगर के आदिल अल्ताफ के पिता टेलरिंग का काम करते हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने अपने बेटे के सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी। आज आदिल ने अपने पिता और पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर का सिर गर्व से ऊंचा किया है। वेट लिफ्टिंग में गोल्ड जीतने वाले चेन्नई के एल धनुष के पिता भी एक साधारण कारपेंटर है। सांगली की बेटी काजोल सरगार, उनके पिता चाय बेचने का काम करते हैं। काजोल अपने पिता के काम में हाथ भी बटाती थी और वेट लिफ्टिंग की प्रैक्टिस भी करती थी। उनकी और उनके परिवार की मेहनत रंग लाई और काजोल ने वेट लिफ्टिंग में खूब वाहवाही बटोरी है। ठीक इसी प्रकार का करिश्मा रोहतक की तनु ने भी किया है। तनु के पिता राजवीर सिंह रोहतक में एक स्कूल के बस ड्राइवर है। तनु ने कुश्ती में स्वर्ण पदक जीतकर अपना और अपने परिवार का, अपने पापा का सपना सच करके दिखाया है। साथियों, खेल जगत में अब भारतीय खिलाड़ियों का दबदबा तो बढ़ ही रहा है, साथ ही भारतीय खेलों की भी नई पहचान बन रही है। जैसे कि इस बार खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स में ओलंपिक में शामिल होने वाली स्पर्धाओं के अलावा 5 स्वदेशी खेल भी शामिल हुए थे। ये 5 खेल है गतका, थांगता, योगासन, कलरियापट्टू और मलखम। साथियों, भारत में एक ऐसे खेल का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय टूर्नामेंट होने जा रहा है जिस खेल का जन्म सदियों पहले हमारे ही देश में हुआ था, भारत में हुआ था। ये आयोजन है 28 जुलाई से शुरू हो रहे शतरंज ओलंपियाड का। इस बार शतरंज ओलंपियाड में 180 से भी ज्यादा देश हिस्सा ले रहे हैं। खेल और फिटनेस की हमारी आज की चर्चा एक और नाम के बिना पूरी नहीं हो सकती। ये नाम है तेलंगाना की माउंटेनियर पूर्णा मालावत का। पूर्णा ने 7 समिट्स चैलेंज को पूरा कर कामयाबी का एक और परचम लहराया है। 7 समिट्स चैलेंज यानी दुनिया की 7 सबसे कठिन और ऊंची पहाड़ियों पर चढ़ने की चुनौती। पूर्णा ने अपने बुलंद हौसलों के साथ नॉर्थ अमेरिका की सबसे ऊंची चोटी माउंट देनाली की चढ़ाई पूरी कर देश को गौरवान्वित किया है। पूर्णा भारत की वही बेटी हैं जिन्होंने महज 13 साल की उम्र में माउंट एवरेस्ट पर जीत हासिल करने का अद्भुत कारनामा कर दिखाया था। साथियों, जब बात खेलों की हो रही है तो मैं आज भारत की सर्वाधिक प्रतिभाशाली क्रिकेटरों में उनमें से एक मिताली राज की भी चर्चा करना चाहूंगा। उन्होंने इसी महीने क्रिकेट से संन्यास की घोषणा की है, जिसने कई खेल प्रेमियों को भावुक कर दिया है। मिताली महज एक साधारण खिलाड़ी नहीं रही है, बल्कि अनेक खिलाड़ियों के लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत भी रही है। मैं मिताली को उनके भविष्य के लिए ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम मन की बात में वेस्ट टू वेल्थ से जुड़े सफल प्रयासों की चर्चा करते रहे हैं। ऐसा ही एक उदाहरण है मिजोरम की राजधानी आइजवाल का। आइजवाल में एक खूबसूरत नदी है चिटे लुई, जो बरसों की उपेक्षा के चलते गंदगी और कचरे के ढेर में बदल गई। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में इस नदी को बचाने के लिए प्रयास शुरू हुए हैं। इसके लिए स्थानीय एजेंसियां, स्वयंसेवी संस्थाएं और स्थानीय लोग मिलकर सेव चिटेलुई एक्शन प्लान भी चला रहे हैं। नदी की सफाई के इस अभियान ने वेस्ट से वेल्थ क्रिएशन का अवसर भी बना दिया है। दरअसल इस नदी में और इसके किनारों पर बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में प्लास्टिक और पॉलीथीन का कचरा भरा हुआ था। नदी को बचाने के लिए काम कर रही संस्था ने इसी पॉलीथीन से सड़क बनाने का फैसला लिया। यानी जो कचरा नदी से निकला उससे मिजोरम के एक गांव में राज्य की पहली प्लास्टिक रोड बनाई गई। यानी स्वच्छता भी और विकास भी। साथियों, ऐसा ही एक प्रयास पुडुचेरी के युवाओं ने भी अपनी स्वयंसेवी संस्थाओं के जरिए शुरू किया है। पुडुचेरी समंदर के किनारे बसा है। वहां के बीचेज और समुद्री खूबसूरती देखने बड़ी संख्या में लोग आते हैं। लेकिन पुडुचेरी के समंदर तट पर भी प्लास्टिक से होने वाली गंदगी बढ़ रही थी। इसलिए अपने समंदर बीचेस और इकोलॉजी को बचाने के लिए यहां लोगों ने रिसाइकलिंग फॉर लाइफ अभियान शुरू किया है। आज पुडुचेरी के कराईकल में हजारों किलो कचरा हर दिन कलेक्ट किया जाता है और उसे सेग्रीगेट किया जाता है। इसमें जो ऑर्गेनिक कचरा होता है उससे खाद बनाई जाती है। बाकी दूसरी चीजों को अलग करके रिसाइकल कर लिया जाता है। इस तरह के प्रयास प्रेरणादायी तो है ही, सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक के खिलाफ भारत के अभियान को भी गति देते हैं। साथियों, इस समय जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं तो हिमाचल प्रदेश में एक अनोखी साइकिलिंग रैली भी चल रही है। मैं इस बारे में भी आपको बताना चाहता हूं। स्वच्छता का संदेश लेकर साइकिल सवारों का एक समूह शिमला से मंडी तक निकला है। पहाड़ी रास्तों पर करीब 250 किलोमीटर की ये दूरी ये लोग साइकिल चलाते हुए ही पूरी करेंगे। इस समूह में बच्चे भी और बुजुर्ग भी हैं। हमारा पर्यावरण स्वच्छ रहे, हमारे पहाड़, नदियां, समंदर स्वच्छ रहे तो स्वास्थ्य भी उतना ही बेहतर होता जाता है। आप मुझे इस तरह के प्रयासों के बारे में जरूर लिखते रहिए। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे देश में मानसून का लगातार विस्तार हो रहा है। अनेक राज्यों में बारिश बढ़ रही है। ये समय जल और जल संरक्षण की दिशा में विशेष प्रयास करने का भी है। हमारे देश में तो सदियों से ये जिम्मेदारी समाज ही मिलकर उठाता रहा है। आपको याद होगा, मन की बात में हमने एक बार स्टेप वेल्स, इन बावड़ियों की विरासत पर चर्चा की थी। बावड़ी उन बड़े कुओं को कहते हैं जिन तक सीढ़ियों से उतरकर पहुंचते हैं। राजस्थान के उदयपुर में ऐसी ही सैकड़ों साल पुरानी एक बावड़ी है, सुल्तान की बावड़ी। इसे राव सुल्तान सिंह ने बनवाया था, लेकिन उपेक्षा के कारण धीरे धीरे ये जगह वीरान होती गई और कूड़े कचरे के ढेर में तब्दील हो गई है। एक दिन कुछ युवा ऐसे ही घूमते हुए इस बावड़ी तक पहुंचे और इसकी स्थिति देखकर बहुत दुखी हुए। इन युवाओं ने उसी क्षण सुल्तान की बावड़ी की तस्वीर और तकदीर बदलने का संकल्प लिया। उन्होंने अपने इस मिशन को नाम दिया सुल्तान से सूरतान। आप सोच रहे होंगे कि सूरतान क्या है? दरअसल अपने प्रयासों से इन युवाओं ने ना सिर्फ बावड़ी का कायाकल्प किया, बल्कि इसे संगीत के सुर और तान से भी जोड़ दिया है। सुल्तान की बावड़ी की सफाई के बाद, उसे सजाने के बाद वहां सुर और संगीत का कार्यक्रम होता है। इस बदलाव की इतनी चर्चा है कि विदेश से भी कई लोग इसे देखने आने लगे हैं। इस सफल प्रयास की सबसे खास बात यह है कि अभियान शुरू करने वाले युवा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं। संयोग से अब से कुछ दिन बाद 1 जुलाई को चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट डे है। मैं देश के सभी सीएस को अग्रिम बधाई देता हूं। हम अपने जल स्रोतों को संगीत और अन्य सामाजिक कार्यक्रमों से जोड़कर उनके प्रति इसी तरह जागरूकता का भाव पैदा कर सकते हैं। जल संरक्षण तो वास्तव में जीवन संरक्षण है। आपने देखा होगा आजकल कितने ही नदी महोत्सव होने लगे हैं। आपके शहरों में भी इस तरह के जो भी जल स्रोत है वहां कुछ न कुछ आयोजन अवश्य करें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे उपनिषदों का एक जीवन मंत्र है, चरैवेति चरैवेति चरैवेति। आपने भी इस मंत्र को जरूर सुना होगा। इसका अर्थ है चलते रहो, चलते रहो। ये मंत्र हमारे देश में इतना लोकप्रिय इसलिए है क्योंकि सतत चलते रहना, गतिशील बने रहना, ये हमारे स्वभाव का हिस्सा है। एक राष्ट्र के रूप में हम हजारों सालों की विकास यात्रा करते हुए यहां तक पहुंचे हैं। एक समाज के रूप में हम हमेशा नए विचारों, नए बदलावों को स्वीकार करके आगे बढ़ते आए हैं। इसके पीछे हमारी सांस्कृतिक गतिशीलता और यात्राओं का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। इसलिए तो हमारे ऋषियों मुनियों ने तीर्थ यात्रा जैसी धार्मिक जिम्मेदारियां हमें सौंपी थी। अलग अलग तीर्थ यात्राओं पर तो हम सब जाते ही हैं। आपने देखा है कि इस बार 4 धाम यात्रा में किस तरह बड़ी संख्या में श्रद्धालु शामिल हुए। हमारे देश में समय समय पर अलग अलग देव यात्राएं भी निकलती हैं। देव यात्राएं यानी जिसमें केवल श्रद्धालु ही नहीं बल्कि हमारे भगवान भी यात्रा पर निकलते हैं। अभी कुछ ही दिनों में 1 जुलाई से भगवान जगन्नाथ की प्रसिद्ध यात्रा शुरू होने जा रही है। उड़ीसा में पुरी की यात्रा से तो हर देशवासी परिचित है। लोगों का प्रयास रहता है कि इस अवसर पर पुरी जाने का सौभाग्य मिले। दूसरे राज्यों में भी जगन्नाथ यात्रा खूब धूमधाम से निकाली जाती है। भगवान जगन्नाथ यात्रा आषाढ़ महीने की द्वितीया से शुरू होती है। हमारे ग्रंथों में आषाढ़स्य द्वितीय दिवसे रथ यात्रा, इस तरह संस्कृत श्लोकों में वर्णन मिलता है। गुजरात के अहमदाबाद में भी हर वर्ष आषाढ़ द्वितीया से रथ यात्रा चलती है। मैं गुजरात में था तो मुझे भी हर वर्ष इस यात्रा में सेवा का सौभाग्य मिलता था। आषाढ़ द्वितीया, जिसे आषाढ़ी बीज भी कहते हैं, इस दिन से ही कच्छ का नववर्ष भी शुरू होता है। मैं मेरे सभी कच्छी भाइयों बहनों को नववर्ष की शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। मेरे लिए इसलिए भी ये दिन बहुत खास है। मुझे याद है आषाढ़ द्वितीया से एक दिन पहले यानी आषाढ़ की पहली तिथि को हमने गुजरात में एक संस्कृत उत्सव की शुरुआत की थी, जिसमें संस्कृत भाषा में गीत, संगीत और सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम होते हैं। इस आयोजन का नाम है आषाढ़स्य प्रथम दिवसे। उत्सव को यह खास नाम देने के पीछे भी एक वजह है। दरअसल संस्कृत के महान कवि कालिदास ने आषाढ़ महीने से ही वर्षा के आगमन पर मेघदूतम लिखा था। मेघदूतम में एक श्लोक है, आषाढ़स्य प्रथम दिवसे मेघम आश्लिष्ट सानुम, यानी आषाढ़ के पहले दिन पर्वत शिखरों से लिपटे हुए बादल। यही श्लोक इस आयोजन का आधार बना। साथियों, अहमदाबाद हो या पुरी, भगवान जगन्नाथ अपनी इस यात्रा के जरिए हमें कई गहरे मानवीय संदेश भी देते हैं। भगवान जगन्नाथ जगत के स्वामी तो है ही, लेकिन उनकी यात्रा में गरीबों, वंचितों की विशेष भागीदारी होती है। भगवान भी समाज के हर वर्ग और व्यक्ति के साथ चलते हैं। ऐसे ही हमारे देश में जितनी भी यात्राएं होती हैं, सब में गरीब, अमीर, ऊंच, नीच ऐसे कोई भेदभाव नजर नहीं आते हैं। सारे भेदभाव से ऊपर उठकर यात्रा ही सर्वोपरि होती है। जैसे कि महाराष्ट्र में पंढरपुर की यात्रा के बारे में आपने जरूर सुना होगा। पंढरपुर की यात्रा में कोई भी न बड़ा होता है न छोटा होता है, हर कोई वारकरी होता है, भगवान विठल का सेवक होता है। अभी 4 दिन बाद ही 30 जून से अमरनाथ यात्रा भी शुरू होने जा रही है। पूरे देश से श्रद्धालु अमरनाथ यात्रा के लिए जम्मू कश्मीर पहुंचते हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर के स्थानीय लोग उतनी ही श्रद्धा से इस यात्रा की जिम्मेदारी उठाते हैं और तीर्थयात्रियों का सहयोग करते हैं। साथियों, दक्षिण में ऐसा ही महत्व सबरीमाला यात्रा का भी है। सबरीमाला की पहाड़ियों पर भगवान अयप्पा के दर्शन करने के लिए ये यात्रा तब से चल रही है जब यह रास्ता पूरी तरह जंगलों से घिरा रहता था। आज भी लोग जब इन यात्राओं में जाते हैं तो उसे धार्मिक अनुष्ठानों से लेकर रुकने ठहरने की व्यवस्था तक गरीबों के लिए कितने अवसर पैदा होते हैं। यानी ये यात्राएं प्रत्यक्ष रूप से हमें गरीबों की सेवा का अवसर देती हैं और गरीब के लिए उतनी ही हितकारी होती हैं। इसलिए तो देश भी अब आध्यात्मिक यात्राओं में श्रद्धालुओं के लिए सुविधाएं बढ़ाने के लिए इतने सारे प्रयास कर रहा है। आप भी ऐसी किसी यात्रा पर जाएंगे तो आपको अध्यात्म के साथ साथ एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के भी दर्शन होंगे। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमेशा की तरह इस बार भी मन की बात के जरिए आप सभी से जुड़ने का ये अनुभव बहुत ही सुखद रहा। हमने देशवासियों की सफलताओं और उपलब्धियों की चर्चा की। इस सब के बीच हमें कोरोना के खिलाफ सावधानी को भी ध्यान रखना है। हालांकि संतोष की बात है कि आज देश के पास वैक्सीन का व्यापक सुरक्षा कवच मौजूद है। हम 200 करोड़ वैक्सीन डोज के करीब पहुंच गए हैं। देश में तेजी से प्रिकॉशन डोज भी लगाई जा रही है। अगर आपकी सेकंड डोज के बाद प्रिकॉशन डोज का समय हो गया है तो आप ये तीसरा डोज जरूर लें। अपने परिवार के लोगों को, खासकर बुजुर्गों को भी प्रिकॉशन डोज लगवाएं। हमें हाथों की सफाई और मास्क जैसी जरूरी सावधानी भी बरतनी ही है। हमें बारिश के मौसम में आसपास गंदगी से होने वाली बीमारियों से भी आगाह रहना है। आप सब सजग रहिए, स्वस्थ रहिए और ऐसी ही ऊर्जा से आगे बढ़ते रहिए। अगले महीने हम एक बार फिर मिलेंगे। तब तक के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Namaskar.
And that was the Prime Minister's 90th Mann Ki Baat. Remember, Prime Minister Modi is currently in Germany as a special invitee to the G7 summit that India has the status of this year. Very quick break. On the other side, we're diving straight back into our top unfolding political drama. The Shinde Sena is still camping in Guwahati and has sought more time to present itself before the Deputy Speaker. Things are escalating, even though it's the weekend, and we're going to get you that full update on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India.
Thanks for staying with India Today's non-stop coverage of the entire Shiv Sena controversy, the huge split. Whether it's going to end in endgame for Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray remains to be seen. But nearly a week since India Today broke what is turning out to be the biggest political story of 2022, now Shiv Sena protests have erupted outside the Samna newspaper office. Remember, Samna is a newspaper that is owned by the Shiv Sena. It's run by Sanjay Raut. Massive protests and sloganeering against Eknath Shinde, seen as a traitor by the Uddhav Sena, have begun outside the Samna office. Shinde supporters, meanwhile, have hit the streets in the city of Aurangabad in Maharashtra. Protests and counter-protests rocking Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde posters have been blackened by angry Uddhav supporting Shiv Senics. Uddhav Sena camp organizes a bike rally against Shinde. So the Shiv Sena, which is doing what it is best known for, mobilizing for street agitation. Only this time, there are two different Senas going head-to-head against each other. One is the traditional Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray that has begun agitating against Eknath Shinde, who, remember, is still in Guwahati at this point. I want to go across to India Today's Dave Kotak, who's going to be live with us in just a moment on all these protests that have broken out. The images that you're seeing are from outside the Samna office, where Uddhav supporters have decided to take matters into their own hands. Remember, this entire situation has unfolded, spiraled, escalated, gotten worse, gotten very personal, gotten very ugly. There has been vandalism against, the acts of vandalism on the offices of the MLAs who are in the rebel Shinde faction. But I want you to listen, viewer, for a moment to some of the slogans that are taking place on the ground. Just listen into some of the audio coming in. India Today's Dave Kotak, who's tracking this unfolding story very, very closely. He's on the ground in Mumbai. Dave, outside the Samna office, in Aurangabad as well, it's a war of protests between the two Senas. What's happening right now?
Yes, absolutely. It's a massive display of strength and support that the party cadres are showing. Of course, we clearly know that with the rebel faction of the MLAs, the camp has been split into two. But however, the Shiv Senics continue to remain undivided. Of course, they owe their allegiance and their loyalty to the respective leaders. One is from Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray, and the other is Eknath Shinde, who is currently camped along with the other rebel MLAs in Assam, in Guwahati. We are just hoping that these these supporters who are here on the ground, they don't clash against each other, because of course there have also been prohibitory orders in Section 144, which is in full force, and Mumbai Police is obviously keeping an eye out for any kind of nefarious elements that might just create trouble in terms of a law and order situation in the state. But however, they have just realized at this point in time, and there is heavy sloganeering that's happening. And of course, we will continue to monitor the latest developments and keep bringing the kind of updates as and when they trickle in for all our viewers. So, these are the kind of updates and the developments and also the information that we have for now.
What about Section 144, Dave? I thought Section 144 had been imposed in Mumbai. Does that not apply outside the Samna office?
Yes, absolutely. I don't know why it is not being imposed very strictly outside there. But Section 144 is clearly not just for areas in Kalyan and Thane, which happen to be strongholds of Eknath Shinde, but also it is applicable for the entire metropolitan in the entire city. Of course, we know that Mumbai Police has issued a list of to-dos and don'ts Clearly, one of them being not engaging in sloganeering, but of course that seems to have very little effect on the supporters who have mobilized and gathered outside, outside this particular venue, protesting at this point in time. Of course, it was one of the other things was also disallowing usage of weapons or carrying sticks and stones. That could result in any kind of violence later. But of course, like I mentioned earlier, we don't know why the police is not heavily cracking down and imposing the Section 144. Of course, it is applicable out there as well, but we will have to see later during the day if this increases, then we can expect the police also to try and step in and intervene in this matter.
Okay, Dave, stay with me. The images that we're showing you on your screens right now are of a pro-Uddhav Sena rally by Shiv Sainiks in Mumbai. So there are 3 separate protests, viewer, that are taking place right now. There are 2 protests taking place in Mumbai. One is this bike rally protest. The other is outside the Samna office. And the third protest is a rival protest. It's the Shinde faction protest that's taking place in Aurangabad. Interesting to see that pro-Shinde protests haven't been taking place in Mumbai just yet, probably out of nervousness over how the existing entrenched Shiv Sena might actually react. But these are live images coming in from Mumbai at this point of time. Let's just listen to some sound in. On your screen right now, and these are live pictures that we were showing you. Let's go back to that 4 window. I want to go back to those 4 images that we were showing on our screen from Mumbai, Thane, Aurangabad and Pune. 4 locations in Maharashtra where rival protests are taking place at this point of time. In Aurangabad and in Thane, the Shinde Sena is protesting. There is in Mumbai and Pune, This is what Maharashtra is like this morning. Since this entire political blockbuster began last Tuesday, when India Today broke the story first, it's been 5.5 days, and it has shown no signs of stopping. The Eknath Shinde faction sitting in Guwahati, Assam, and all the way across from the other end of the country has sought another 7 days' time before they present themselves before the Deputy Speaker. Hectic negotiations are currently on among the rebel MLAs. The Uddhav decided that muscle flexing is going to be the only way out. They've played the emotional card, they've played the threat. Now it's about showing strength on the ground, and that do this in a more evocative way perhaps than the Shiv Sena. They know how to mobilize, they know how to get their cadres on the ground in a really big way, and that's perhaps the strategy that the Shiv Sena has decided to use this weekend, considering that as far as numbers go, all else has failed. Dave, I noticed that the Shinde Sena protests are taking place only in Thane and Aurangabad. Why are there no pro-Shinde protests in Mumbai? Is there nervousness about doing it too direct in Mumbai?
Unlike other parts of Maharashtra, Mumbai has not witnessed as much violence. But like I said, that it is a lot more stricter and in full force out here, because the police are keeping a close eye out and vigil. So, of course, despite the fact that Shiv Sena's base is Bombay, they hail originally from here and operate out of the heart of the city in Dadar, where the Sena Bhavan is situated. Despite the fact that the government has been so unstable, it has not really witnessed any form of violence as such. Because Uddhav Thackeray also strategically and at all points in time in his address, some way or the other, has been instructing his party workers and the cadres to maintain in a certain sense, maintain calmness and keep an eye out on the developments rather than just protesting by vandalizing things. He has said that no form of violence should take place. So, in a way, it is very controlled matter. Of course, the protests are extremely aggressive in a certain sense, but there has been no form of violence. Thankfully, public property has not been affected or been damaged in any sense. So, these are the kind of details that we have. Of course, like you said, the other pockets like Sena or in Aurangabad had sort of also witnessed violent incidents where party offices have also been damaged by these workers and stuff like that. So these are the kind of details that we have also got in the past few days where offices have been ransacked or property has been damaged. So, these are the kind of things that have actually taken place. But in Mumbai, hardly there, in fact, there has been as good as zero incidents of vandalism or, torching of
Stay with me, Dev. I want to go across to Mustafa as well. He's tracking these protests as well. He's outside Sharad Pawar's house. That's one of the power centers in this unfolding political thriller. He joins me live. Mustafa, protests breaking out in at least 4 different cities of Maharashtra, including the state capital, Mumbai. Sharad Pawar, has been holding non-stop meetings over the last few days. Take us through, in light of the protests that are taking place right now and in light of what's happening in Guwahati, what does today look like in Mumbai politically? What kind of meetings are we expecting to see? Just list that for us, Mustafa.
Well, Shiv, from here on, the timing of everything will be very important. Today is Sunday, Vidhan Bhavan will be shut, so there is not much expected to happen. But remember, the 16 MLAs of the Shiv Sena who have been given disqualification notice, they have to appear by tomorrow. And if they don't appear, then there can be a decision of disqualification taken. Meanwhile, if you look at the other side, Bhagat Singh Koshai, the governor of Maharashtra, is back at Raj Bhavan. So is it likely that Eknath Shinde will come and meet Bhagat Singh Koshai, saying that the Mahavikas Aghadi government is in the minority, as I have the 2/3 MLAs of the Shiv Sena. So there are a lot of political happenings which are due to happen, and Sharad Pawar, we are told, is analyzing the same, and he is due to leave for Delhi soon, and he'll be arriving in Delhi this afternoon. Further discussions may take place there. But yes, it seems like the time is of essence as of now, because these protests are taking place is one thing, but these are MLAs who have to be available for the people. So it can not be much later than that the constituents also start raising questions, where are our MLAs? So that is an unease which we are hearing from our sources is developing in the Shiv Sena MLAs who are in Guwahati, because everybody is looking at a long legal battle, and that is something which everybody wants to avoid as soon as possible. If you have to change the government, you have to be done quickly. Eknath Shinde has not staked the claim as of now. So whether he'll be doing it tomorrow, that's one thing. What happens in a disqualification hearing at Vidhan Bhavan is the second important thing. Back to you.
Mustafa, is Uddhav Thackeray likely to come out and make his presence felt with the Shiv Senics today at some point? We know he's done it a couple of times over the last couple of days, but this show of strength is also very symbolic. Any chance that he will be coming out, addressing them again, anything like that?
Well, as of now, there are no pre-planned events scheduled. As you rightly said, that since last 2 days, he has been addressing a lot of public meetings, which he has not been doing in his regular time as a Chief Minister also. So he has been addressing the workers a lot. Even Aditya Thackeray is having planned rallies. While we speak, a bike rally is taking place from Samna office, where Sanjay Raut operates, to the Sena Bhavan. So these are things which are happening. They are trying to get together the cadre as much as possible. But also the concern is whether this Shiv Sena cadre is turning turning violent, and incidents of stone peltings are starting to be reported. That's one. And secondly, we were in Thane yesterday, which is the main stronghold of Eknath Shinde, where their workers were also very aggressive. They were asking Eknath Shinde's son Shrikant Shinde, if you give us just tell us once, and we will also start replying violently. So these are things. It's a law and order is another bigger concern for the Maharashtra police. As much as this political drama drags on, there can be law and order issues. But Uddhav Thackeray as of now doesn't have any planned meeting. But yes, for last few days he has been taking every available opportunity, coming on public platform, talking to Shiv Senics as to what has happened and what can happen. Back to you.
Okay, Mustafa, the images, things are escalating. It's a few minutes to noon right now. The Shiv Senics have decided that a show of strength is going to be the calling card today. The Shiv Sena is well versed in flexing this kind of muscle. They've got huge garners. Many of them are very angry. Things are pretty much on edge. That's the reason also why the Mumbai police was forced to impose Section 144 in Mumbai. But let's just listen into some of these protests right now. Let's listen in. Let's get some audio in.
सर्व शिवसेने एक नेता कैसा हो अब्दुल सत्तार साहेबांचा अब्दुल सत्तार साहेबांचा अब्दुल सत्तार साहेबांचा अब्दुल सत्तार साहेबांचा.
As the Shiv Sena, shows off its muscle on the streets in an intimidatory gesture pointed at Eknath Shinde, who is sitting in Guwahati now for 5 days and running. There are some crucial developments in place in Mumbai that I want to turn your attention to. But take a very break here. The face of Uddhav Thackeray is on many posters today in Mumbai. He's no longer there, but the fight over his legacy only escalating and intensifying. How is it going to play out? Who's could be decided in the next 48 hours? Big twist in Mumbai. Come right back for that breaking.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching in
Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
It's a super Sunday. Big political developments from Mumbai. Gonna get you straight into them. First, the headlines this morning. Political turmoil enters day 6. Protests and counter-protests rock several parts of Maharashtra. India Today, the only channel reporting on every single one of those from the ground with our own cameras. An emotional Eknath Shinde, the rebel leader, appeals to Shiv Sena, says battle fought to save Shiv Sena from the Mahavikas Aghadi. Meanwhile, top sources revealed to India Today on the secret meeting between Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra BJP chief Devendra Fadnavis in Gujarat's Vadodara. Dead of night, void of cameras, huge suspense over the BJP's role and what this end game is going to look like. Counting of votes for Lok Sabha bypoll in Azamgarh, Rampur and Sangrur in Punjab. 4 states, 7 assembly seats underway with multi-tier security cover. Samajwadi Party leads both seats in UP, while Shiromani Akali Dal Amritsar's chief leads from Sangrur. And a rousing welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he arrives in Germany for the G7 summit. Modi will hold meetings with over 12 world leaders to focus on the global economy, post-COVID recovery and the Ukraine crisis. Things have become visibly more volatile on the ground in Maharashtra on day 6 of this big political thriller in at least 4 different towns and cities of Maharashtra. Protests have broken out and we'll get you all those images. India Today is reporting them firsthand from the ground. But the big breaking unfolding story that we're continuing to update minute on minute, because this is a shape-shifting story, viewer, and we're constantly updating it from our bureaus both in Assam as well as in Maharashtra. The latest now is that the Shinde camp, the Eknath Shinde camp, has sought 7 days to respond to the summons from the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly. The Shinde camp has said asking for more time is our right. Shinde has sought legal advice over the attempt to disqualify at least 16 of the rebel MLAs who are camping with him in Guwahati, Assam. He says that he's in constant touch with his legal team as well. Dave Kotak and Mustafa Sheikh are with us live for more on this. Mustafa, quickly to you first. The Deputy Speaker has summoned Eknath Shinde and his MLAs. He's shot back saying, I need at least 7 more days, and is in touch with his legal team. Any word from the Assembly Deputy Speaker about this demand for 7 days?
The Deputy Speaker is yet to decide on the demand which has been made by Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs. Remember, there are total 16 MLAs against whom the disqualification process has been started, and in this process they have been asked to appear physically by Monday, which is tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see whether the Deputy Speaker takes a decision today on Sunday or decides on Monday. Is something we'll have to wait and see. But it's true that Eknath Shinde is discussing this case with constitutional experts and taking advice as to how things can progress. You remember, now they have sought for 7 days, but earlier they had also moved in a no confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker. He had rejected that motion, and then physically 2 MLAs from independent MLAs went and gave that letter of no confidence motion against Deputy Speaker, saying that you cannot decide on disqualification of MLAs if your own chair is under concern. So that is something, you know, that's the whole point. If you look at this entire event, it doesn't look like it will go down so easily. The change in power will happen, but the cases can go up to Supreme Court, because there are a lot of constitutional legal bindings which are involved on both the sides. Shiv Sena may have 2/3 of the Eknath Shinde camp may have 2/3 of the MLAs with him, but they still cannot form the government unless they join some of the other existing political party. That's what the Uddhav Thackeray camp is saying, while the Eknath Shinde camp is saying that under Article 10 paragraph 2 they are allowed to be as an independent party. And yesterday we heard about Shiv Sena Balasaheb. That's the party they want to be on. So there are a lot of legalities which are still to be solved. There's no clarity. Even if Mahavikas Aghadi is in minority, how will BJP and Eknath Shinde camp government move forward is something which is still not clear. Back to you.
Dev, what are you hearing about the Eknath Shinde camp? We're going to get Polavi in from Guwahati in just a moment as well, because she's our woman on the ground outside the Radisson Blu Hotel, where the rebel MLA, the Shinde Sena as we christened them, has spent the last 5 days in 5-star luxury, but there is no word on what their next step is going to be, and now they want 7 more days. But Dave, are these protests on the ground likely to increase today? Are they going to increase? Is today's main feature going to be visible protests on the ground?
Yes, absolutely. We are likely to see the protests getting intensifying as the whole movement and the rallying for support for Shiv Sena, especially with the Uddhav Thackeray camp. We are likely to see more of it, and it is definitely going to increase as the day progresses. Of course, we know, like I had mentioned this previously also a few minutes ago, that the support is only increasing. More Shiv Sainiks are expected to come. Of course, this is evident from the fact that in the last 3 to 4 days, the kind of firefighting measures that have been taken. So, of course, the party cadres are also taking due note of that and are standing by in full support of their leader. So, every time, a video appeal is made for Sainiks to come out and show their support, they are always there, be it the Yuva Sena or be it the old guard of the party, the members who have supported the Shiv Sena since Balasaheb Thackeray's time. So these people who owe their allegiance to the Thackeray family, and more so Uddhav Thackeray at this point in time, who is going through a state of crisis, we are only likely to see more and more of these party cadres join in for these protests and show their support. Of course, we know that massive crowds turn up, to sort of show their support for Shiv Sena and their party leader. Like I mentioned, that the party is going through one of its most difficult times, and it's a political turmoil come crisis of a sort. So,
Stay with me, Dave. We've got more breaking coming in. We've got more breaking news coming in. The latest that we're hearing right now is that there's a crucial Sharad Pawar party meeting that has just concluded amidst this entire Maharashtra crisis. It's day 5 of the crisis since India Today broke it last Tuesday. Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil are currently at Silver Oaks, that is Sharad Pawar's residence in Mumbai. The NCP chief, that is Sharad Pawar, is likely to travel to Delhi in a very short while from now. Remember, he was in Delhi when this entire crisis broke out. He had come down to Mumbai because of the huge implications of the possibility of the government that he's part of, collapsing in Mumbai. So he needed to go down there and show support to Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena. And now, after a crucial MCP meeting, we're hearing that Sharad Pawar is going to be flying back to Delhi in a short while from now. I want to bring in Mustafa Sheikh, who happens to be outside. These are images from after that meeting. He is outside Silver Oaks, that's Sharad Pawar's residence. Mustafa, can you tell us anything about the meeting? What happened? Praful Patel, Jayant Patil, Sharad Pawar were all in that meeting, and Sharad Pawar is apparently flying back to Delhi shortly. What can you tell us, Mustafa?
Yes, that's what we are hearing, that Sharad Pawar in some time will be moving out from Silver Oak. The place where we are standing right behind us is the Silver Oak estate. Some time ago, Jayant Patil, Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel have left from here after having a meeting. The meeting was essentially to discuss what can happen next, because what we are hearing that there can be a legal battle. Remember, the Deputy Speaker, Nirhari Zirwal, is from the NCP. So that the Deputy Speaker, as we know, is going to play a very crucial role, and hence maybe that's why Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Raut this morning had tweeted a photo of the Deputy Speaker. So somewhere, this entire proceedings is going to be politically motivated. What the Eknath Shinde camp is trying is to get the CLP leader removed. Current CLP leader appointed by Uddhav Thackeray is Ajay Chaudhary. Earlier it was Eknath Shinde. So they want that somehow CLP leader is Eknath Shinde, and that's why the Eknath Shinde camp, after discussing with the legal experts, can also move court and tell the court that we have the 2/3 of the MLA. How can the party chief change CLP leader? So that is that would be the most crucial step for the Eknath Shinde camp as of now. Because remember, if they have to go to a floor test and Eknath Shinde is the CLP leader, he can issue a whip to vote in favor of the alliance which he wants. So that is something which the Eknath Shinde camp is focusing on. That's what also was discussed at the Silver Oak meeting back to you.
Very interesting. I want to bring Polomi in. She's in Guwahati, right outside the Radisson Blu Hotel, where the Shinde Sena has currently been camping for the last 5 days. Polomi, after that fly-by-night meeting in Vadodara with Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde and others, the level of mystery over what's going to happen next has hit fever pitch now. Sharad Pawar has just held a crucial meeting. He's flying back to Delhi apparently. Eknath Shinde and his camp have asked for 7 more days, adding even more uncertainty over what the next few days is actually going to look like. There are protests taking place in Mumbai right now. What is your understanding of Eknath Shinde? Is he playing for time? Is he waiting for this to go into the legal, into the legal domain? What is the strategy as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned? Because that whole idea of them not having a plan to grab power or take power, that is definitely debunked now.
Well, Shiv, there are a couple of points over here that I'd like to make, and this battle is being fought by the Eknath Shinde camp on at least 3 different fronts, as I was explaining earlier as well. One is the legal front, because they're in a bind with the disqualification notices which have been in fact moved against them by the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, and the subsequent summons which have been issued to 16 rebel MLAs. What they've decided is that they will seek more time, 7 days time. They've not yet sought it. We are waiting for official word on whether they've gone ahead and notified the Deputy Speaker's office about it, but that is their plan of action. They say we can't be given just 2 days time in order to revert with our replies. We're going to seek more time. So while they do that, they're of course seeking legal advice on the same right now. They will of course, given the appropriate amount of time as per their request, they will of course file their written responses as well. Secondly, what they're going to do, it's possible as soon as tomorrow, it's possible, Shiv, that they could move a court. They could move, we're trying to find out a certain which court, probably even the apex court. They could move a court against the decision of the Deputy Speaker to appoint Ajay Chaudhary in place of Eknath Shinde as leader of the Legislative Party on the request of the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, because their argument is when 38 MLAs of the Shiv Sena of a group of 55 is present over here with Eknath Shinde, how is the minority group deciding who should be the leader of the Legislative Party? Because maximum members, maximum legislators are currently with Eknath Shinde, so he should be and he should continue as the leader of the Legislative Party. Then of course comes
from the camp that you're reporting on right now, big development. It's a counter strike by Eknath Shinde after facing a demand for the disqualification of the MLAs under the Shinde Sena. Shinde has now hit back and filed an official procedure seeking the disqualification of the MLAs who are still loyal to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. It's a strike versus counter-strike strategy that is taking place, and we've got the inside track on the legal strategy that appears to be at play. I'm not going to sit here and say we know exactly what everyone is doing, but I can tell you that we've got the best sense. With India Today, India's #1 political team has the best sense of what this cloak and dagger is really looking like. Things are changing by the minute. Strategies are changing by the minute because each side is hugely in the dark about what the other side really plans to do. And that's the reason why there's a great deal of stealth, a great deal of cloak and dagger, and now this big counter strike by Eknath Shinde. His chief legal strategy thrust is going to be seeking the disqualification of the Uddhav Sena MLAs. This is big. A disqualification versus disqualification bid that is on the cards as far as MLAs are concerned. As far as numbers, let's remind all of our viewers that as far as numbers are concerned, the Shinde Sena still holds all the cards. It's still in a position of advantage. If it comes down to numbers today itself, the Shinde Sena would still emerge victorious. But as far as our democracy is concerned, there are various procedures that need to be gone through. It's not as simple as one set of numbers replacing the others. A floor test is possible. The courts could step in. There are very many constitutional procedures that protect a sitting chief minister, and therefore the legal route is being considered very strongly by Eknath Shinde, and he, on the very same ground, may demand the disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. We've got the inside track. In just a moment from now, I'm going to get you more on that legal strategy. India Today's Munish Pandey is about to break a big story as part of that legal angle. But let me bring Polomi back in. Polomi, apologies for interrupting you there. We just had to update our viewers on that breaking. But, this sort of makes things even more aggressive. It makes it a tucker of sort of nuclear proportions. Eknath Shinde, who until 6 days ago was part of this very Shiv Sena, sitting in Guwahati 5 days now and counting, has now decided to return